First blood. Minions have spawned.
Yo,
Hey,
how's it going?
this much.
Oh lordy. You get your diff finished? Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my light's just solidly on. Oh wait. Oh my stuff. Alright. How does this sound? Is it choppy or anything?
Nope, it's pretty good.
Cutting out?
No.
I was testing out this new mic and I left the noise gate all the way down. Yeah, you know those, I don't know if you ever bought one. I think you did. The bod mic. It's like, this,
I had one for
magnet.
quite a while, yeah.
Yeah. So my mom thought she needed a new microphone because people, like, she works on the phone and people were complaining about the quality of her audio.
Oh,
And so I told her to, like, get one of these, but they have a wireless model now. And so I was like, hey, let's try that out. So she did, and then it didn't sound any better, and I figured out, actually being there, that there's a switch in her phone app on her computer that switches it from headset to speaker. And since she's using a laptop, it had, like, you know, laptop like stuff, right? But it sounds like shit because it's picking up the entire echo of the room and everything. So we just switched that, and it switched back to her headset. And she's like,
nice.
"Oh my gosh." Anyway, so then she's like, "I don't want this mic." And I'm like, whatever, I'll buy it from you. But kind of worked out because my mod mic, after I took it off, I saw that the wires are like kind of breaking. So it all works out, I guess.
Nice.
And then this one's, you know, wireless, which my headphones are wired, but it's still kind of nice because that extra wire kept, like, I don't know, tugging on it, getting it out of place and stuff. But anyway, yeah, now it works. Plus the mute works properly.
Nice.
That's nice.
Wait, you said you got the wireless mod mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that too. It's a little annoying to charge it. The charging cable is really short too, so you can't really charge it while you're wearing it. But otherwise, it was okay.
I actually have a USB hub on my desk, and yeah, it's totally long enough for that.
Nice.
But I think it's supposed to last pretty long on a charge, though. Oh, and then my USB hub is also externally powered, so it can charge when my computer's off.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's also nice to have on your desk so you can see that the mute is actually on and the little lights, you know.
Yeah. I know, I like that it shows that it's red when it's on. It's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm bored, I don't know what to do.
I know. I've been so bored lately at work. And Richard called today and they were working on something and said they were just super bored too. They're basically just hand mapping all the like sick codes or whatever. Like hand mutating company names to match and everything. which is just not a maintainable, like, smart way to do it at all. And Richard hates that because he doesn't like wasting his time doing like manual labor like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we need to do, is just get working on B of A. And it's
That was
basically what I've been doing for the last week or two. Just hand mapping stuff, hand excluding stuff. It's so annoying.
Yeah. I can't believe some of your stuff though isn't even like, oh, we see these words together, so split it in this way. Although you did show me one of those, but didn't you said that like a lot of them are literally like, oh, it's this document, then we know automatically the follower is this or whatever.
Yeah, there's a few that are like that for sure.
It's like the worst.
Yeah, it's literally not
just
going to scale at all.
Yeah, it doesn't just not generalize, but it literally is per document. But yeah, I was thinking of Richardson because I had to fix this pattern. It was I actually had a bug as well, I think. I forgot now. But anyways, I had to, like, you know, the wild was like 10 characters too short or something. And it literally says in the analysis, like, I've made this pattern, it's Darcy, you know, I made this pattern super specific so that it doesn't, you know, get bad results or whatever. And it's just like a mega pattern with huge wilds in it, but it hits the specific document. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like even if you have a lot of wilds, if you have like, you know, 10 different steps to the pattern, it's a little questionable to me, like, you know.
Right.
You sort of, I don't know, depends, I guess, but feels like, well, at that point, you know, a couple of these pieces could be in either order and stuff like that, you know. But anyway, the main thing is that this judgments analysis is still just dragging on. I thought I'd come back from the break and just be like inspired or something, or like just see what's really going on. And I don't feel that way at all.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've been complaining about it so much, but then we talked to Minna on the phone, and she's like, "Is there a better way we should be doing this?" And I'm like, I want to say yes, but we're like so invested in what we already have set up that, yeah, I guess, yeah, I don't really regret that. It's at the point where I want to get the right results first, even if it's sort of in the bad way, and then we can try something new, knowing that there was a state where we had the correct results. I guess to her it doesn't make a big difference because she knows what it should be matching, but let's get like these tables with like, yeah, like this document should match this string, you know, this string will match this document. But like I told you, the string's like nested in larger strings. So for me, I can't really scan it and be like, oh yeah, it's definitely hitting that string. I just know like, we got a match. Now, does it look like it fits this pattern, you know? And I don't want to do that. I wanted to put it in the note or something, you know, what pattern it hit. So anyways, point is that I'd rather have an actual diff reflecting correct results. And then if I try it a different way, you know, then we'll see what the diff is, and I'll be able to tell what changed. Which I guess is semi-different than how she likes to work. She's always asking me for snapshots now. She's like, I just want to see what we actually matched without the diff. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, she's been asking me for that a lot too lately. Which is kind of nice. The diffs can get sort of like, I don't know, annoying and convoluted. It's like, I just want to see what we have. Maybe like start fresh, like revalidate it as a new base state, kind of.
I guess you're doing that, but I pointed out, I'm like, well, if you filter out the losses and keep the gains and just look at everything, that'll tell you the base state. Like, you know, you'll be seeing green, I guess, but everything you see in that case, that will be like what we're currently matching.
Right.
I have a feeling though that they like to mark up the diffs, you know? So maybe she just doesn't want all that green stuff in the way. And I don't really care. I'll do both because it doesn't take any extra time. But in the past, she's been like, "This is too many diffs," you know. I'm like, well, this one's a diff from this state to that. This one's a little fix after that, and then I gave you a snapshot just in case. It's like, which one is which? I'm like, it says in the title. But okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's running now. I guess Darcy was spending a long time looking at the update for breach or whatever that, you know, we're caching the stuff or whatever. And she said it was all good except for one result. So that's nice.
That's good at least. Some good news.
Yeah. I forgot to check. I don't know if there was a lot of new results or not, but I think I figured out why sometimes it's throwing an error. I was using a... It's still kind of shitty. Yeah, so there's a pattern in a sub-pattern that's like sectionary, and it just matches like, you know, obviously like a section or something. And rather than like making the variants to all these patterns by hand or semi by hand, where we're gonna look for a range of sections instead of singular sections, you know. I just did a re.sub and was trying to sub out pattern, but then you gotta escape it, you know, and stuff. And
Yeah.
it would sometimes it would raise an error, and I think the reason is because in the replacement, I think you can use escapes to replace. I don't know if you can like take what you matched, take groups out of that, put it in the replacement or something. It's more complicated than I thought. So I was passing on all these exceptions, but I think they were happening a lot more often than I realized. So now I'm just doing a strict replace, and I can't really think of why that wouldn't work. So I don't know why I was using regex that wouldn't help. But apparently it's working, so that's good. I should have messaged Charles. Told him, hey, it's working.
Charles Ackley or Charles N?
Charles, how do you say his last name? Nguyen or something? Nguyen?
Nikki, how do you pronounce N-G-Y? No. Nguyen. Nguyen. Okay, Nguyen.
Nguyen.
Pretty sure Jordan's not pronouncing it correct then.
No, it's not at all. It's not Nubian.
No. Jordan's like Ning Nguyen or something.
No, he's literally just saying Nugan. Like, he's not trying at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should Google it.
It's the most common Vietnamese name because some Vietnamese king was genociding all the non-Nguyen people. So everybody changed their last name to the king's last name and they couldn't tell who the races were.
Oh, really? That's amazing. That's so cool.
I don't know. That's what I looked up a long time ago. So I don't know, maybe I have it wrong, but that's what I remember, and it's kind of a cool story. Because, you know, just like you, it's like, why is this fucking name so hard to say? And everybody's got it. What the fuck? So I looked it up, and it's like, oh, interesting.
That's super interesting, actually. Oh, man.
Yeah, so I forget what the real number is, but it's something like maybe even like 75% or like half at least or something of Vietnamese people have that last name. I don't know, it's got to be something high like that. I think it's a majority. It's like just ridiculous.
Shit. Whoa. Oh no.
There's barely not really satisfying my boredom. But I was watching this video about some tunnel they're making from Germany through Denmark to well, I think it's technically to Denmark, but the rail line goes up into the rest of Scandinavia. And it's currently, I guess right now, there's like, you gotta switch trains and stuff, or take a ferry, which is also slow. But if you do the switching trains, it goes like way around, because this chain of islands is like in such a way that that's the way it goes. So they're gonna build a connection through this. It's not, I don't even think it's really a channel. It's just like a large body of water between these two peninsula and this island. Actually, I think, well, anyways, this doesn't really matter. The point is, it's like, it's part of the sea there that's really deep, or fairly deep, and it's too large to like do a conventional bridge. And so they're gonna build a tunnel across it. And rather than actually boring through all of that underground, they're gonna dig a trench, build these, it's almost like prefab sections of the tunnel, but they're gigantic, you know, like tens of tons, 20,000 tons or some shit a piece.
Oh wow.
But so they build this whole like construction area, like industrial area on the shore, and when they build these things, there's nowhere to put them, and they're like way too big to just be moving around anyway. So they put them on these like inflatable, like I guess it's called a ballast, and they float them into the sea, and then they fill the ballast up with water, you know, gingerly or whatever, and float them down, sink them down into the trench. And they have to, apparently they have to get them to land within 15 millimeters of each other. So it's like pretty precise once you get it down there. And then the kind of the cool part is that they have something already like ready to go there where they, I don't know, it's like, I think it's not filled with water or something. Then they fill it with water, or vice versa, and it creates like a vacuum effect, and it pulls the concrete pieces together and it seals them. They do that across this trench, and then they just cover it up. It's good to go.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's not like just one train track either. I think there's like 2 or 3 train tracks, and then there's like a 4-lane highway as well, or something like that. So it's like really big. It's not just a little tiny tunnel, you know. It's not some test shit. Anyway, that's cool. I mostly thought it was interesting that this is like part of a big train network, you know, in Europe. But it's interesting that they would do these giant projects. I guess there's a few other ones like that, not necessarily underground, but like these huge bridges and stuff connecting different parts of Europe, you know, across the stuff. And but it's not like here where, regardless if you think, you know, we have a harder time building those things or not, we're still like all part of the same country, right? Like it's crazy that this is going across a bunch of different countries, you know, here and there and everywhere. And makes me think, like, you know, like the Ukraine thing and stuff, but I hope you aren't planning on invading your neighbors anytime soon. That's really going to jack up the transportation situation in Europe.
Right.
It's like, imagine if Denmark just like decided to not be friends with, I don't know if it's probably Sweden there, and then Germany, and they just like, yeah, we're just going to stop running trains through this part of the network. And yeah, I don't know if that's like anything like that would be likely, but given that they're separate countries, sometimes they all get pissed at each other and shit. Like, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that something like that could happen. But, yeah.
Oh man, the worst is I'm fixing up this bug. We're getting like a bunch of garbage stuff from like 2 or 3 column title pages, right? And I told Joyce that I'm working on that. She's like, "Oh, that mostly affects ones that are outside the Bank of America 400 docs." I'm like, "Yeah, but there's at least one in there that it does, and like if we can get side effect wins, that's like a good thing, not a bad thing." She sees it as like we're spending time on things that aren't immediately visible where the highest priority is. That's like,
Yeah.
well, this is kind of a fundamental problem with the analysis that we need to fix. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how it slaps in there, but some of that kind of stuff too is worth, in theory at least, it's worth fixing before it becomes difficult to fix because you
Exactly.
built a lot of stuff around it.
Right?
Oh. Minna was saying, she's like, yeah, I was telling Samira that my hours are like off the charts the last few weeks with all these diffs. And I'm like, oh shit, sorry. I don't know. I think she's been mostly working with Sean. I'm not really sure what their schedule's like. Sean doesn't seem like the most active person, but I'm wondering if he just like doesn't pump out diff after diff to her, because like I basically have one for her almost every day, and I try to make sure I get one too, because like I'm not gonna talk to her when she's in the middle of her workday. I'm gonna be sleeping, So
Right?
try to make sure I have something for her.
Yeah. You're lucky she at
But,
least reviews the diffs. Joyce doesn't review any diffs. I just do it all myself.
oh yeah.
And she's like, "Stop reviewing." I'm like, "You'll take like a week," because she looks at like every single thing. I mean, I look at every single thing too, but I kind of know more what's going on. It's just super annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, I could probably review more of my own stuff if I wanted to, but a lot of times I just get so fried figuring it out anyways, and then once it's like, are these things matching or not, I can't even think about it anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm just spacing out here, but I'm holding one of these Raspberry Pi deals, and wish I had something cool to do with them, but I just never think of a good idea. Well, I guess a good idea is automatically not stupid, but it's so cool that you can get computers like this that are so cheap and everything, and they can do quite a bit if you wanted them to. But
Right.
the projects that people have, they're like, oh, you should try doing this, or the stupidest shit.
I know. Everyone's like ideas for it are so bad. Like you could do anything, but usually there's not much to do with it.
Yeah. I guess like, I think making a robot would probably be the coolest obvious thing to do, but it's also, unless you buy like a kit, it's kind of one of the more difficult things, because the robot has like physical pieces to it, so like what is it going to do? Is it going to just drive around? Or you still need like motors and like some kind of steering mechanism, or at least individually like addressable motors for the wheels or whatever and stuff. I don't know, it just gets complicated quick.
Yeah.
Unless you want like a really stupid robot, which I don't know, maybe that's what I should have done a long time ago, but all of a sudden it's just as complicated as this regex stuff.
I know. Or more.
Yeah, technically probably more complicated, but since we do this stuff professionally, you have to get it perfect, so, or at least you aim for it. It's not really as cool when you're just like, oh yeah, I made it match a thing. It's like, oh, okay. Does it get all the right matches? I almost bought a Switch the other day because I was just like, man, I kind of just want to play Zelda. But then I was like, I don't know if I can get myself to spend $300
Right.
just so I can play Zelda. Plus I'd have to buy the game too, I guess. So then it'd be like, well, it was on sale for $40, so it'd be like $340 automatically. And then the new game's coming out, which of course would be $60, so I'd spend $400 deep.
Yeah.
But I was also considering just buying a new computer, and I could probably build one for about $1,000 if I didn't go like top end. And also, I guess if I left out the graphics card, because I think the graphics card I have is probably okay. It's just underutilized. Anyhow, but then then you're like somewhere between 500 and probably closer to 750 to 1,000 deep. That's more expensive than the Switch. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
An ally has been slain.
This computer's just hanging in there. It's kind of struggling with things a little bit now. But I like to play the AAA games anyway. So.
I don't need to play any AAA games though. Do you want to play any AAA games?
No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying though, is like mine, like I'll play Risk of Rain, and when shit starts getting crazy, it starts to lag a little bit and stuff. But honestly, that doesn't even bother me that much. It's mostly that like alt-tabbing, playing a video, stuff like that at the same time. It's struggling with that. The multitasking aspect. And I don't know if that's worth $1,000 to me.
No.
Did we already pass the deadline for the code freeze? That's what it looked like on the calendar.
Code freeze for what? JPM?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I don't really know what I guess it's the Bank of America stuff right now. I don't know. I don't pay a ton of attention to like what the actual priorities other than like what I'm working on. So I'm not sure, but I kind of feel like we're crunching, but for what?
Yeah.
Probably not for anything. It's probably just normal.
I want to thank you for engaging in it at a time, in truth, when I know you've been advised not to. So thank you so very, very much. Thank you.
Took a peek at the provisions tax code because I got that error, and it's probably some weird unmet dependency that nobody, or well, mostly Charles, I guess, didn't know about. Is what I'm thinking. So it's like, shit. But
Which dependency?
well, when I was caching the financial metrics covenants, which include the ratios, which is what I actually care about. Something like that. There was well, there's more than a couple, but one of them, there's like several Six Flags documents. I saw several of those failed. There's several documents that ended up failing to analyze for that cache. And it, at least one of, I didn't look hard into it because I'm like, fuck this shit. But at least one of them crashed in provision stacks, and it's because there was an invalid pattern. It was like not a closing parentheses or something, it said.
Oh, weird.
So I looked in provision stacks, and I'm like, oh shit, this is not even like at all my style of code. So I don't know what the hell's going on in here. It looks like it'd be super readable if you printed out the patterns, because it's doing a bunch of string substitution. So the patterns will say like colon rulebook something and then colon to close it, and it subs it out later for whatever was in, you know, that pattern in the rulebook. So it's probably super readable if you look at the pattern, but it's like throwing around strings all over the place and like doing a get adder on the rulebook for like this string, you know, and stuff. And it's like, this is not my style.
Yeah.
Stay away from the raw strings as much as possible. I think I'm technically sitting in a good place, now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure Samira thought I had all this outstanding work to do. And she's kind of been sounding like, when are you going to finish up with the cleanups? It kind of feels like what she's communicating. And I'm like, I don't know, there's not really much going on with that.
Yeah.
But the Trello column, the lawyers have been kind of scattered or something, and they haven't been checking off everything. So there was like, yeah, I think it was like 75% of what was outstanding was actually done already.
Yeah.
And they just never completed it.
That's how it is with parties too.
That's the way it was last week too, and not in like a major way. It's just the last final things on all these cards just never got checked off, and it never got moved to the complete column, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of a pain to keep moving those cards around. I don't know. I'll update it when I get stuff done. I'll like make a note on it. But I don't know if that propagates to Samira's notes or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. But what I'm imagining is that she's not at all looking at that. She's just seeing a column with a bunch of stuff, and it kind of looks familiar, like it's been there a while, you know?
Right.
And so I've sent messages to them a few times, like, hey, I think this one's complete, and then they just never check it off, you know? So finally I put it in a DM to all the lawyers chat, and I'm like, hey, can you guys double check your cards here? And so Darcy went through and threw them all in the complete column. And there's just, I think there's 2 cards, maybe, yeah, technically 3, but 2 of them are on cross default. And I found branches. I found, 3 cross default branches that weren't merged yet. And I'm like, oh fuck, what's going on here? But I figured out one of them's like level 2 stuff that we didn't complete yet. So it's kind of just on hold. And then the other 2 branches are the fixes for like 90% of those cards. And so, and the funny part too is I know that I made diffs for both of those. So they just lost, you know, track of like what was going on and never reviewed. Or maybe even they did review it and they didn't check it off and tell me to merge it.
Yeah, I know. That happened to me with like 3 different updates this week. They were like, oh, I thought we merged this. I'm like, oh yeah, nope, you told me to hold off because you wanted to review this diff. There's only like not even that many things in the diff too. I reviewed it. It looked great. They're like, oh, I just gotta triple check. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And to be honest too, I just realized it could have been that they assumed that I was gonna merge it and then I forgot to. That's a possibility too. But either way, it's just sitting there and you know, not even like I don't really upload my stuff to get that much, so it's just sitting in my local. Like, would have been pretty easy for me to just delete those branches. But anyway, so just merged them together and then made the one final update to get the final thing. That's, I think the diff's probably already spit out something. So tomorrow I should be able to make an MR for that, and I think that'll clear the board on the level 1 PIOD cleanups. So that's nice. Yeah, I guess I'm sitting pretty good actually. It just seems so bad because like I'm starting to get a headache because I'm sifting through cards and like there's multiple cross default cards too. So you're like, wait, which card is this? You know?
Oh yeah, there's like 100 parties cards and each one has like, I don't know how many Trellos, but a lot of them are like redundant Trellos with each other. Like one issue will propagate across several cards and stuff. There's no real way to know like how in sync it is. That's why I was like, dude, we should just make like, give me expected results. Like, holy crap, we'll make some test cases. Joel has like a handful of test cases, like, I don't know, a dozen test cases, dozen test documents. But like, apparently Joyce just has this whole huge freaking spreadsheet of test cases. I'm like, dude, just give me that so I can like run against it. So I don't send you garbage, right? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's the funny part is Minna has been giving me a lot of the expected results, but she's been giving me not the final result. I guess technically that would be, I don't know. I haven't been looking at it as the point though. It's because, like I said, these strings are so deeply nested that like by the time I get to like, does this actually match or not? Whether or not it does, it's like, you know, I don't know how I'm even going to be able to tell. Oh, and that's the other thing, yeah, I should have taken that off. The part 3 patterns are garbage. Is mostly just because they're unoptimized. They take, actually, it's really that part 1 pattern I figured out. It takes like 4 or 5 seconds to run in part 1. 1 out of 4, you know. And it's like, well, that's not so bad. As part 3 takes 30 seconds. But then I figured out that part 1 pattern is taking 5 seconds, and that pattern is in like 5 or 6 of the patterns in part 3. So of course part 3 takes 30 seconds because it's like 5 or 6 times part 1 basically. So it's really that part 1 pattern that sucks. Oh, and the funny part is, so like we were having problems with partial matching, which should be a longer match, and we're just like hitting the single dollar amount rather than like a lot of the surrounding context. And so this was like a big deal. Why isn't it matching that? We have those patterns. And it's like, well, this is a giant ass pattern, and you know, regex is dumb. It just takes the first acceptable match and moves on. And they're like, all right, so they built, you know, figure out the hierarchy. Like, this is the hierarchy. And like I told you, that wasn't as complex as I thought it was going to be. So then we were having a problem where I had already split up on the top level of the pattern. I split it into the top level parts, so at least I could know which top level part was matching enough. So then we would get those otherwise partial matched longer patterns sometimes. But now that we have this hierarchy, she's actually relying on that functionality of regex to accept the first match so that we don't get the second match, or the third or the fourth that are partials, you know. And so because of that, I had to collapse the pattern back down to the single pattern, and I measured the length of it, and it's 2 million characters long. And I don't think it's actually bad. I think it's bad that it's so big, but I think like logically, I don't think there's any bad parts to it. But there's no back-to-back wilds, I don't think. I think it's like, as far as like a huge pattern like that goes, I think it's fairly safe. It's just, you know, not great.
Yeah.
Monolithic. But yeah, it's gigantic. I remember when I first started here, I was like, whoa, this pattern's got 30,000 characters in it. I was like telling Richard, like, this is amazing. He's like, I don't know what that means.
And if
No,
you build
yeah.
stuff algorithmically, it gets into the tens of thousands really quick. I don't know. Not surprised.
Yeah, that was like when I first started, like the first week or something. But anyway, yeah, interesting. I also realized that that number pattern is like it's got the flag to ignore the white space, so it's actually way bigger. Or it looks way bigger than it is, or so I thought. But I subbed out all the redundant white space in the pattern, and it took off like a lot of characters, but it was still over 2 million. I'm like, nope, it's just a big boy.
Yeah.
I've gone from being like, this is terrible, to being like, oh, this is actually pretty performative, considering.
Yeah, I don't care a whole lot about the length of them. Like, a lot of really big patterns run super fast, and a lot of small patterns will like totally screw you on certain like dock sets.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it's like mostly wide, or at least, you know, specific, then I guess it's not gonna explore everything anyway. But the nature of what we're doing seems like really ripe for that, because, you know, it's like 5 or 6 different threshold strings that might even be used in a couple places as well. For like the money pattern with the number, and then here the currency symbol in there and stuff. That's used all over the place, so like that part will match many times over, but I guess the surrounding context is more or less specific enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't have enough faith in it or something.
The surrounding context is usually enough to save your ass in like most cases. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like the worst patterns, it's really weird because sometimes I'll make a pattern to match like a company suffix, and if you search like globally, it's like extremely slow. But if you have like means the company, then it's like 100 times faster. Super crazy how that works. Like the context matters so much.
And something like that too, like say if you're using definitions, like a definition pattern, it's going to have like erroneous plurals in there in the first place, right? And it's going to be in one big group, and if it was something simple that you matched all these definition names with, then it's going to be potentially a lot of definitions as well. So if your pattern starts with that, it's got to check, you know, 30, 50, whatever variations of the character. Right? But if you put means right in front of it or something, then it's going to find that one M to start things off, right?
Yeah.
So it'll only start branching at all when you find that word. Probably little things like that they can save you.
It's always surprising.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't done regex in like almost a year. I feel like just I've been on full of parties, and there's hardly any regex in parties except for super simple stuff.
Yeah. Just all the try stuff.
Not even tries. Now we don't use any tries for parties.
What?
Nope.
Or I guess if you're hard coding shit.
No, it's just all like hard coding and stuff like that.
That's
Or
insane.
it's almost all hard coding and then just like rules like, oh, try to identify when it's a 3-column title page, and then just short circuit, because those are like fucking impossible. Dude, but it's taking our files. What the fuck's going
You get into the like heat map stuff then, where you identify the clusters of text and all that, or is that still
Nope.
just in parts?
That's just super stupid. All of Joel's code just goes line by line. It just says, give me the paragraphs, and then just go paragraph by paragraph and look in the text. And then like, oh, given what the last paragraph said, try to figure out if we're in a block of text or not. So yeah, you only ever have the context of like this line and the previous line. And then he's just constantly setting these booleans for like what mode he thinks we're in. Oh, are we in block of text mode? Are we in type first then name mode? Or are we in name first then type mode? And he's like switching back and forth between modes and resetting it and stuff. And it's like, you've seen his try code. It's basically that, where he's like switching modes and then occasionally he'll like pipe out some results. Like, okay, if we encounter this situation, it's the end of one situation. So figure out what results we have from the accumulated text thus far and continue. So yeah, he's like accumulating the text as he goes line by line and then piping out. It's like literally the worst possible algorithm because it's impossible to update. It's just like total garbage, like complete trash. But hey, that's what it is.
David was updating that kind of shit today with his fix for that. It was like of Montreal Bank, so it was supposed to be Montreal, or Bank of Montreal or something like that. Yeah, wait,
Oh yeah, that's some
of
super
bank.
weird bug. Like yeah, of bank or whatever. I have no idea what causes that bug. That's some NAMA PDA
Yeah.
controller bullshit or something. I don't know.
Well, I think it was in the try stuff where, because he was.
But the
where I
try's not
have the
mutating the text, is it?
Dude, you don't want to know, I think, is the answer to that. It does some funky shit with the words, and apparently it mixes two of them up somewhere where it puts the of in front of
There's
bank.
no way
where
that's the
obvious-
try doing that. That's got to be something else because that's
No,
on
it
the
might.
output text though. The try is just identifying embedded definitions and stuff. It's not mutating the text.
Yeah, kind of is. Because it's splitting the text into words and then manipulating those words. And it shouldn't really be mutating them, but that's my suspicion, is that it probably fucks up the order somewhere. So when it's popping them into a list, it's getting the order wrong. That's my
Well, it's only
guess.
popping potential definitions into a list. It's not popping the text into a list and reconstructing the text. It's just saying which definition could this possibly be, right?
It doesn't need to reconstruct the text because those lists of words is what the front end ends up with. So it doesn't matter what the raw text is. It matters what that list of words is,
Yeah.
as far as the front end's concerned. Remember how we lose the dashes?
Oh, yeah, that's because just all over the place we do read out sub hyphen for space. That's in like 20 places in the code base. It's not just a try.
That, yeah, most of the places where that occurs though is just logic around results. With this spot in, I think it's analyze.py in production code. It's in the cache document structure, I think is what it's called. That's where it figures out what the words of the text are, and that's what the front end ends up with. And if you're not careful, you can like lose words and stuff. And you would think the try wouldn't do that, but I mean, we're getting the of put in the wrong place, so like, what the hell is it doing that it's doing that?
I know. That's like the weirdest bug I've ever heard of. I'm like, frick.
Yeah.
Swapping the of.
It's kind of amazing that that's like so specific too. You'd think we'd have this problem all over the place, but just specifically with the word of.
Yeah.
But anyway, as I looked at the MR, and I think it's a work in progress. So I don't know that it actually solved it yet, but I just didn't understand any of it. It was like very little updating to the code. It's just like adding of in this one list or something, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I'm glad I don't. I mean, technically I should have been working on that. I did the shadow refs, but I just took one look at that and I was like, oh fuck this shit. And so shadow refs, like I've said before, it just does its own analysis and then inserts the new results into those list of words. And I just realized it's not exactly a list of words either. It's a recursive data structure where each word could be the start of an annotation, meaning, this is a reference to a definition or a section or something. And then each of those can itself have a reference like that starting in it. So it can be arbitrarily deep. And of course, you wouldn't expect to see it go too deep, but the fact that it can, it's just... I assume they were probably thinking, like, maybe you click on a section name, and it's also the name of a definition, and then you get, like, 2 links, like, oh, you can go to this section, or you can go to this definition. But we don't currently do that, and obviously we haven't for a long time now. And it just makes... I don't know, I still don't think that structure is necessary. You could just have multiple, like, pointers instead of one. On a flat. What's the word?
Multiple pointers for what?
Well, so the way it is now is it goes word by word, right? But then once it hits like a section name or something, or a definition name, it drops into it. Instead of being like the single, I guess it's a tuple with the index, the word index, and the actual word. But if it's a start of a definition name or something in the text, then it's a dictionary, which has like, the ID of the definition is pointing to, and the type, which is the definition, that kind of stuff. And then it has an attribute of that is a list of words, which are those tuples that this definition name or whatever contains. So if the definition is like sustainability linked loans, then it's going to have a words attribute in this dictionary that's like says words, right? And then it's going to be a list of tuples, which is the word indices, and the actual words. But if for some reason it's detected that not only is this sustainability linked loans, but linked loans is also a definition name, then it's going to, again, one of those tuples, instead of being a tuple, will be this dictionary with a words attribute, with a list of word tuples. And what's confusing is that, like, the next word doesn't occur at the top level, so like sustainability linked loans. So dictionary, the words are sustainability linked loans. But you're going to get sustainability in its word index. And then the next item in its words list is going to be another dictionary with the linked loans thing. And that's going to be the end of its words, because the next word occurs in the next one down, which is linked loans, and that's going to have linked and loans. And if loans was a definition as well, and this is overlapping, again, you go deeper. So I wouldn't really expect it to do that with definition names, because that'd be weird. It's either one definition or another. But, I mean, there's weird shit going on, so you can't really rely on it to be, limited in depth. And the words are end up not being in just a list format. They end up being in this diving down and then coming back and doing 5 words ahead at that level and stuff. Anyways, when you get what's going on with that, you can just deal with it. But it's not like commented anywhere. I mean, honestly, we should just have a class for it or something. Well, maybe that's not really necessary, but just annoying. And why? Oh, so my point was not to go on this tangent about the small details there, but basically, if instead of doing that, where like, oh, maybe it's a tuple with the index and the word, or maybe it's a dictionary with a bunch of other shit, and then you dive into that, what it should really just be is a list of tuples and indices, and then you just give it separately a list of word IDs or spans. Like, yeah, the definition sustainability linked loans are words 300 to 302.
Oh yeah, just has 2 different data structures, yeah.
Yeah, like why don't you do that? And then you can have them overlap. You can have like 15 of them overlapping the exact same text if you want for some reason. And you just tell it that, like, but leave the text alone. Let it just be a list of words. Like, why are we going all crazy, you know? So I don't know if there's a good reason for that, other than somebody just thought of it and did it. but that's the way it is. It's basically making our test script where we do the word highlighting. It's the same principle that I'd like it to work that way, but instead it's even more convoluted. And it's like, fuck. House of the Dragon, Season 1, Episode 10, Explain. 44 minutes and 18 seconds.
Dude, everyone's raving about that show. I don't know if it's actually any good, but I'm curious.
Oh, yeah. I don't think very much. I haven't watched any Game of Thrones anyway, so I don't know if I'd even care if I did watch it.
No, I haven't seen any either.
crypto hero to crypto supervillain.
Today, a lot of people look at you and see Bernie Madoff.
GMA tomorrow. Sam Bankman-Fried one-on-one with Joe Stephanopoulos.
I don't get the Sam Bankman-Fried thing. He was on the New York Times panel today or whatever, and they like said thank you and gave him a round of applause or whatever. It's super weird. And now they're like doing a 60 minutes exclusive or whatever this is. Like,
What?
how did he go from crypto hero to crypto zero? It's like, dude, he literally ran a Ponzi scheme. Like, what? This dude should be in jail right now. Instead, he's getting like more press than he's ever gotten in his life. It's super weird. Like, were they putting like Bernie Madoff on 60 Minutes and stuff? Like, I don't think so. I'm pretty like I saw a thread and he was arrested within 24 hours of it becoming public that he had stolen customer funds. Like, I don't know. This dude is just like out there like living his best life, having Thanksgiving with his family in the Bahamas.
Sort of think about myself and my own future, but I don't think this is it. Like, right
I
now,
had a bad month.
I mean,
Yeah, buddy, you had a bad month of stealing customer funds. That's what she had. I took all my customer deposits, put it all on black, and I lost. Man, this is ridiculous. I don't know why he's not arrested yet.
That's your penis, alright.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Oh. Bro, you ready? You ready to get yours? Sign me up. Dude.
2% though.
I'm gonna be part of the 2%. I'm gonna have a little Fitbit in my brain.
You like survive, and then it's like, oh, it's super inaccurate.
Yeah, it's just a little, okay, it tells me how many steps I took today. Great.
But we gotta get you in for another surgery. What? But you already got it in. Well, the battery died, so we gotta take it out.
Single Ukrainian ladies.
YouTube knows what I want.
Get a mail order bride. Why is Colbert going back with the vaccine thing? That's so cringy. Oh my god.
What?
I sent it in the cringe channel.
Oh. So that's still going on?
Apparently he brought back that little jingle just because it's COVID season again.
Oh. It was like, I could see how it was mildly funny, like the very first time I watched it. And it's just annoying now. Partially because it's like, it's just name dropping like big pharmaceutical companies that apparently everybody hates. And I don't know, it just feels like an ad.
Yeah. Wait, what? Really? This has to be sarcasm, right? Like...
SF or SBF? What is SBF?
Sam Bankman-Fried, that kid. Everyone's talking about it because he was on the New York Times panel today. And he's like, yeah, I just had a bad month. And this guy's like, call me crazy, but I think he's telling the truth. He has to be trolling, I don't know. Like, he's so obviously lying.
Why would you even go on all these shows?
Why would they not cancel his invitation? Like, it's crazy.
Well, but even from his perspective, what is he doing? I guess like just really pushing the narrative that this is all a mistake or something?
Yeah, I think so. He's just trying to save his reputation, but he's basically lied about everything. Lied about being vegan, lied about like donating all his money, lied about buying a share on Twitter, lied about like everything.
He lied about being vegan?
Yeah, he accidentally ate 3,000 shrimp.
Accidentally?
Yeah.
How do you even eat 3,000 shrimp? That's a lot of shrimp.
I know, over the course of like a year. Dude, everything about this guy is like ridiculous, like off the wall.
Wow.
Anyway, I thought you'd be more into the SBF stuff because there's a bunch of right-wing conspiracies now that like he's embedded with Ukraine and the Biden administration. He is the second biggest donor to the Democratic Party,
Oh yeah, I saw
right
that.
behind Soros. Yeah,
I guess probably because he's young, it's not very believable that he's this mastermind of some kind.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy that Zelensky had an FTX account. Like, the Prime Minister should really be like crypto trading. I don't know. It feels like irresponsible. But who knows anymore? Dude, freaking El Salvador. Remember they went all in on Bitcoin? They
Oh, yeah.
lost like half of what they invested. It was like 5 billion. Dude, that's like half their national debt or something crazy like that.
Wow.
Like, how sad is that? Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Dude, that Metroid Prime remake that Aaron's playing is actually pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
The textures and stuff.
Yeah.
You played League when Elise was out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty fun. She's meta right now, so I've been trying her for the first time in a while. Super
Oh, yeah.
fun switching modes between like fighter and human. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can smite it. We're good. Be nice if this guy came down. Actually 2v2 that. Oh.
Shut down.
We have 2 gold 4s in our team this game, so it's kind of rough. Our top lane and our AD carry. To make up for it, our Pele's flat too, I guess. Ash could have ulted up to Herald too, that'd have been cool. She's all charged up with minions. I don't know if I want to fight her when she's super charged up, but maybe we can surprise her with this stun. Ah, she didn't stay. Oh, my autos do no damage. Whoa. What is going on up here? Do you want him? We're good. These two are dead. Let's get them. No? Wait, did our mid just recall? And our bot didn't follow? But we've got like this tower. I know, it's so fun changing modes all the time. Oh, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. Hold the horses. He's gonna stealth and kill her, maybe? We'll see. He doesn't know I'm here. He for sure doesn't know I'm here. Oh shit, don't get fucking nuked by him. Ah, I stepped out of the bush. I'm fucking bad. Oh, he got his flash anyway. Shove it. I love how your spiderlings can tank tower shots too. See if he's sneaking around. Oh no, he's gone. Get the shield for his ultimate. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh damn, is Akali okay? Oh, she didn't dodge the stun, and then Karma missed her Q. Akali, you need to dodge that stun, dude. Oh my gosh, so annoying. Chasing her. Are they gonna try to steal this from me? Oh my god, he did. We could fight. I mean, they're like way overextended and we've got Akali, Fiora, a bunch of strong assassins to just blow up Draven. She's gonna get ganked now. Did she not see that happen? Dude. How did you not see that happen? He just gets ganked. My spiderlings go flying. The more abilities you cast before you go into spider mode, the more spiderlings you have in spider mode. You gotta cast a bunch of human abilities and then go spider mode. And we could maybe kill her earlier. She's been dying a lot though. We really need to get the Draven, he's way up top. I don't think it's worth fighting her. We'll go up for Baron. I'm coming. Holy moly. Oh, we can do this easy. Nice, Ashe ultimate. He's dead, I even need to help. Aurelia is splitting bot, so we should do Baron quick while she's splitting bot. Draven can probably like wreck us pretty good here. I think we just down and we'll be okay. Nice, now just leave. We're good. Toby Maguire. That would be awesome. Not really worth it for the Lulu. Wrecked. Oh, the exhaust every time. That's fine. Dash have ult? No. Wait, why are we going back? What? Not that scary. It's just Aurelia. I can just stun her and blow her up. Akali's in here. Look at this. Got a whole crew. Oh, I hit her too? Guys, I feel like we could though. Someone's gonna come in that bush, right? Or I really will roam down. Damn, now they know I'm here. That W! Oh, I got two. They can clean it up, right? There we go, Akali. She should be able to triple kill this. She's got ultimate up. Oh, they're slowed. Akali, just go in there, R. Just go in there, R. Oh, W after the R, dude. You need it for where you land. I mean, that works. That was super sloppy, though. Dude, E! Oh my god. Dude, you can E to dodge the Kha'Zix leap. You know he's coming at you like, oh, he wants stealth. Going right at me. Where's he heading? I don't know. I think we can do this safely. I'm not even gonna make it there in time, but I think it's okay. Akali, oh please no. You only need half of your kit. Nice. She okay? She's just she can get out. It's the collie. She can get out of anything. You move faster in spider mode, so you want to be spider mode as much as possible. Only go human mode when you're casting your stun and stuff. Also, your human mode, your Q does percent max HP, I think, and in spider mode it does percent missing HP. The Kha'Zix is gonna hurt. Yep. Kha'Zix freaking hurts. It's a magic resist. I mean the Karthus. She's not gonna get. I feel like she's gonna get jumped by Kha'Zix in about a second here. I was kind of hanging out. Nope. Don't do it, Akali! Don't do it! What are you doing? Holy shit! At least he got Karma Shields, that's good. There's like 2 top, but who knows why? I think they've got a ward here. I can scan it in 3, 2, 1. Oh no, I should have been ready to stun him. I didn't think he was gonna peek through that gate though, because apparently there's not a ward here and that's why he was peeking through the gate. There's still not a ward here, which is amazing. No, I saw there's no ward here, man. That might kill him. Oh, nice! Oh, let's do Baron. Or yeah, because their Kha'Zix is dead, we can Baron, totally. Let's do it. There's a ward here, which is like a little scary, but I think they're okay. A little scared here. The slow. High speed boost. Can almost catch one of them. I just don't want to miss the bops.
Switch to my phone and be back in a few minutes.
Alright. Maybe Kha'Zix would come up here by himself. We'll see if Kha'Zix comes up here by himself. He's got no wards here, which is nice. He might stealth into this bush, but I've got scanner on in case. I guess he's just recalling something. Yeah, he's just way back there. Damn. I don't think those creeps can see me. Nah, they can't. Okay, man, I gotta recall. Good luck with Kha'Zix if he comes. Good luck. Zed jungle? Might be okay. I like never play Zed, that's the thing. I kinda wanna kill Kravis now, let's just do it. He's so far back and he's not coming. They have a ward there, I think they did. Oh shit! No! My friend! Do we got an Ash ult here? Do we got an Ash ult here? So close, I even landed the stun. Let's take their blue. Should maybe try the blue trinket. I feel like he's gonna get ganked. That's the only reason I kinda wanna hang out here. There's like 5 coming from their blue buff towards mid. Draven's not here though, so maybe it's okay. dude. Come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me, dude. Thanks for the shields, Karma. Heartsteel Akali, huh? Interesting. Heartsteel Ravenous Akali. He's like a Professor Akali Smurf or something. And what we can end. They're gonna get this Boney. I got a potion for the Baron fight. Oh my gosh, she let it die. I've got this. Hey guys, Baron. Hello? Are we going to Dragon? Are we going bot? Guys? I think they just warded it. Oh yeah, ward here too. There's a ward here, dude. Thank you. We should go get this Baron quick. Guys, what is their Ashe doing? What? No, dude, you're gonna die. Hey, they're collapsing on the P. It's just an inhibitor. You need Baron, dude. Baron's way better than thinking an inhibitor. What are they doing? We might get 2 inhibitors, probably just 1. But regardless, they're gonna get Baron. This is just like a loss. And now Ashe is doing red, what? And now we can't really Baron because now there's Elder. Kinda need stopwatch for the Karthus ultimate. Are they doing it or just warding it? They might actually be going for it. Ashe can scan. Oh yeah, they're doing it for sure. Well, Draven's weak enough where I think they can actually contest it. I had Hourglass too, I should have bought more time. Damn, now Draven somehow still got it. Even when he had like 10 HP. Now they get Elder too. Use the Elder, let the Elder hit him. Nice. Oh, he got his cleanse. It's pretty huge. But why is the color sitting on ultimate right now? Go in! Oh, you didn't need to ult for that. Oh my god. Wait, it's an execute though? Oh, that should have been so easy. You know, you gotta be right. There it is. Oh my god, that was so sloppy. You really need that, dude? I guess. Oh, thanks. Why is Draven here? Dodge the I dodged the I really ultimate with my E, which is pretty sick. But I think they just clean us up regardless. Or Akali's AFK or something. I know, he just recalled. Like the most useless Akali. Kind of unfair that we have 2 gold 4s in our team though.
Hey.
Yo.
Oh. I was gonna go for a walk, but Richard's sending me stuff now that's enticing.
Oh yeah. I think he messaged me too actually. I wasn't sure if Alex or Charles is gonna get it or not.
You must be doing a late night session. It's funny, I used to think that I kept him up so late, you know, which is probably semi-true, but also he mentioned that like for a while there he had brought his phone or like made sure he was still on Slack to so many dinners or whatever, and then I realized that like half the time when he's sending me like semi-stupid questions or like these screenshots of the diff, he's actually just on his phone at a restaurant somewhere. But I don't know, can't even blame him. Pretty dope. You can just like glance at and be like, yeah, you should probably do this. Doesn't even have to log on.
Right.
Do you ever get like a JSON decode error when you finish a diff and it kicks it off to Slack?
No, never.
Oh, I get it like every time, but it still sends it to Slack, so I've kind of been ignoring it.
Oh, weird. Wonder what that's about.
Do not know.
Oof, Malphite and Viger is like rough for a collie. Maybe we could try it though. We could also try like Syndra. She's supposed to be really strong. Or do we give it a try? Viger Ultimate's just kind of a killjoy, is the thing. Yeah, we'll try it. And I spent like probably 40 hours in total just Googling these 1100 other, you know, like we group parties. We try to identify if it's like a Wells Fargo or whatever, like subsidiary. We call it like the roll-ups. So we have all these ones that aren't identified as roll-ups, and I Googled like each one to find out its parent, and then looked up in this Python file if it's like close to something else we got, just doing some ad hoc searches and whatever. Keeping track of it all in an Excel file. And I gave it to Joyce, and she's like, wants to manually review it before making any changes, and she said that's going to take her like a week. I'm like, oh my god. I mean, if it says Wells Fargo New York branch, it's probably a subsidiary of Wells Fargo, right? And I'll Google it when I'm not sure, but a lot of them are pretty clear. So I'm like, yeah. I don't know, dude.
Sounds like a very corporate kind of a thing.
Yeah. Oh man. I've just been doing that for so long now, like probably 2 full weeks of just like click, Google, type, click, Google, type, click, Google, type, just hard coding stuff, just updating our hand mappings, you know, because we have like just 1,000 hand mappings all over the place.
Yeah.
They found that cool website where you can like auto look it up, you know, it's like an API call, totally open source and whatever. Like, we should just do that, you know, like I don't, we do so much stuff by hand all across the code base, and it constantly needs updating. It's like, should just use somebody else's API.
my knowledge, that's fully solvent. Just to make a distinction here, you look at the US platform, you look at the international platform. The US platform, it's a US regulated platform with American users. To my knowledge, that's fully solvent. That's fully funded. And, you know, I believe that withdrawals could be opened up today and everyone could be made whole from that none of these problems plagued the US platform. Just to make a distinction here, you look
Dude, do you know that inflect engine for detecting plurals? I don't know if you've used it much, but we use it in a few places across the code base. It's actually hot garbage. Like, I found a few examples where it's just like plain wrong, and it's like simple stuff too, like agents or something. I'm like, how do you get this wrong?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, for those I actually do just use a hard-coded list, and that's a good time to use just hard-coded list, right? Oh, I know agents is plural of agent. There's only like 20 party types, so those are easy to hard code. Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Holy shit, what the fuck? SLL identification's taking like 26, 27 seconds on this packet. That's super long.
Yeah.
Wonder, it might have... Maybe if it has a bunch of referral definitions. So handle those custom instead of just checking for that because I didn't know how it worked.
I remember the referral stuff. You were asking me about it, or you just learned about embedded or something? How there's like a flag to know if it's embedded or not.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do the referral stuff by hand. And now I'm too afraid to change it because, like, who knows? Maybe it was necessary for some of those. I think it's a little more custom than just that, though, because it might be structured in such a way where, you know, it's not defined in this other definition, but it's talking about it, so, or this section, so we're going to look at that section too. It's kind of the logic. I don't know, I'm not going to worry about it anymore, that's for sure.
Not much here, not my problem.
even prouder.
And I honestly like Kanye, though, honestly, and I don't think he hates Jewish people. I really don't.
No, I don't think he hates Jewish people. I think he's been wronged, and I think that he's aiming sometimes at hot, he's being imprecise.
Right. Yes.
But he's not wrong about everything. Look, there's a conversation to be had about secular humanists with Jewish last names in Hollywood.
Jesus Christ.
Exploiting people in positions of, the performance arts talent. Yeah. And by the way,
remember what I said about how a lot of people will listen to Fuentes and internally go like, yeah,
that happens in the conservative movement too, behind the scenes. Yeah, people sign contracts where they don't know what they're signing. Yeah, it's true. Is there a disproportionate number of people with Jewish last names in higher banking? That's an argument that can be made.
Like, listen to this. Jesus Christ.
But then when we get to it's because they're Jewish and all, well, now we have a problem, not because it's offensive, but because it's an act. So let me first set this up. Kanye West has been wrong. And I do think that this matters.
This is the line that he'll draw, where basically he'll be like, oh, I don't think the guy espousing neo-Nazi talking points is wrong. Is it true that there are lots of Jews who screw people over in the media? Is it true, blah, 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 blah. And then he'll go through all that and he'll be like, yep. Oh, but I don't think they're doing it because they do it, and then he'll walk away from all of that. This is the line that he can draw. He can't make the positive link that Kanye's willing to make, but he will give every he'll build the case all the way up to the line he's able to make, which is the direct justification. But it'll stop right there, You can tell that this is being done deliberately, and this isn't like a legitimate reflection of where he's stopping, because he says that he doesn't think that Kanye's making it. When Kanye is, again, just openly espousing Nazi rights, there's no ambiguity, there's no dogma. It's not dogma. Kanye's not dogma. He's just saying Nazi. So for Crowder to look at that and go like, oh yeah, well I don't think he's being anti-Semitic. I just think he's correctly pointing out the fact that a bunch of secular humanists with Jewish last names like Goldstein are screwing people over in the media. Wink. But I would never say it's because they're Jewish. Like, he knows what he's doing. Guarantee all the Daily Wire cronies would be backing EF if not for Ben Shapiro. I think that Ben Shapiro is going to be ousted at some point in the near future. Because clearly the far right is like running in line with the yeah, we're just going to be Nazis from now online. So eventually Ben is going to be ousted or bought out or he's going to quit in disgust or something like that, because eventually it's not going to be possible for Ben unless he just starts saying Nazi talking points, which I don't know. He literally wears a yarmulke. He's made his Jewishness too much a part of his identity. I think for him to like go to that point. And I do think that Ben has some like primitive sense of self-preservation that he tries to maintain, I do think Ben to an extent sees the writing on the wall here. Like, I know Ben is a fascist, and I know that Ben has held water for a lot of fascist talking points. But I do think on some level, he's sitting there at his desk thinking like, there sure is a lot going on right now. I think he can see that, It probably doesn't help that he's seen as like the representative of like the non-populist, neoconservative, and coincidentally Jewish right, because that would make him a target on like 3 points, Like, the ultra-far-right neo-Nazi coalition would dislike him for his ethnicity, his religion, but also for the fact that he's always been, like, relative moderate in terms of calling out Trump for his behaviors.
And that has all the huge progress that has come. People are less happy about the state of affairs than they were when things were way tougher. And that has a very simple explanation. The world is not driven by greed, it's driven by envy. And So the fact that everybody's 5 times better off than they used to be, they take it for granted. All they think about is somebody else having more now, and it's not fair that he should have it and they don't. That's the reason that God came down and told Moses that you couldn't envy your neighbor's wife or even his donkey. I mean, even the old Jews were having trouble with envy. And so it's built into the nature of things. It's weird for somebody my age, because I was in the middle of the Great Depression when the hardship was unbelievable. I was safer walking around Omaha in the evening than I am in my own neighborhood in Los Angeles after all this great wealth and so forth. So, and I have no way of doing anything about it. I can't change the fact that a lot of people are very unhappy and feel very abused after everything's improved by about 600%, because there's still somebody else who has more. I have conquered envy in my own life. I don't envy anybody. I don't give a damn what somebody else has. But other people are driven crazy by it.
Fucking one a long time. I don't remember what it's called, but it was one that people recommended. What am I? There's gotta be a way to get. No, hold on. There is a way. We can do this. Hold on. We're gonna figure this out.
Open the window, right, to get some fresh air. Now my nose is running like crazy.
Yeah.
But it's nice. Worth the trade-off. See if we can get casted in to hop on us and we'll E away. Looked like he was going up there, but like... Oh no, he's still there. We're good. Now he's maybe roaming. Oh no, we're good. Should probably go get this dragon. Oh, already gone. It's not worth ganking the going to. Maybe you should run bottom actually. I don't want him to get a good recall. He hops on the wave to farm it. Yeah.
Crap.
What?
I thought I was just figuring something out, but I'm pretty sure what I just figured out Richard already knew, and I'm just catching up. So I'm like sending him messages and then realizing that it didn't even helpful.
Man.
That's because this concept, we do this thing a lot where we have a negative look behind, and I do that by searching for it and then trying to bridge the wild gap to the match. But we have negative look aheads in that wild gap so that, you know, if it says like you're talking about sustainability margin fee or LNDP, the sustainability margin percentage, blah 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 blah, something basis points. But we're actually looking for fees and be like, oh, we exclude it because it's preceded by margin. But if you find fee in the gap, then it's like, no, it was talking about margin, close enough to exclude, but then even closer, it's talking about fee, so we're still good. And anyway, so that's what we're looking at, but we do it in several places now, and I was looking at the wrong place, so it's actually a different part that's excluding it in advance. Super.
You know you can click the curly braces in Google Chrome to format JSON, right?
No.
Oh. Whoops.
Firefox just does it automatically, so.
Oh, nice. Oh, you don't use Chrome. Okay, that's fair then. You get a pass. There's like this savant programmer guy who's working at Twitter to rebuild it from the ground up or whatever. And he like is learning all his level 1 stuff about web dev. I'm like, you didn't know that? I don't know. Super trippy.
You see this error? You're back in.
No, there's another one.
I guess. Well, I don't know if you responded actually. I didn't. Oh, never mind. You fixed it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like a super simple fix. Charles even mentioned he'd seen it before. I'm like, ah, you could fix it. Pretty like easy to fix. I don't know. Nothing too fancy.
No idea why you're searching stuff like that in Wikipedia.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
Wait,
Lord knows
so
we
it's
shouldn't
like
be.
analyzing on the fly when you look at an MOP.
Yeah. Garbage. Dude, so much stuff in Namopedia is complete trash. I just want to delete all of it. It's like, what do we do? We just have a hard-coded list of definitions to show by the parties. Like, oh, in the agent group of parties, we'll always show some agent definitions, even if they weren't relevant to what we found. Then they complain, oh, we don't actually get any parties from here. Why are you showing the definition? I'm like, oh, we just show a hard-coded list, dude. There's actually no reason to it. Anyway.
you know, splits better debug and stuff. That's all that one.
Yeah.
We've got these, well, like I was talking about, we got these kind of crazy exclusions, and when you know what's going on, it's not that hard to see, and you can just be like, oh, is that one of the fee-defined terms, or one of the margin-defined terms? Oh, that's probably why it's excluded. But when you when you come back to it after a while, it's like, anyways, it would be kind of nice to, like in this case, or in some cases, no wait, yeah, this was not exactly that reason. Anyway, point is that there's a similar type of exclusion happening in multiple different places, possibly for the same reason you're thinking about, but maybe not at the same spot you're thinking in the code. And
Yeah.
it'd just be nice for it to spit out like, hey, we ejected credit rating because exclusion 1. You're like, oh, let's look at exclusion 10. So now we can go look at the rights. But then we gotta add a bunch of logging lines. That kind of sucks. Do you use the actual debugger much? I should probably set that up.
No, not much anymore. I was using it for a while.
It might be because you can just set breakpoints wherever, whenever you want, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would actually be kind of nice in this scenario. Just set a bunch of breakpoints, like if D, if D name equals this break, and because PDB pretty good with, but sometimes you're just like rerunning it over and over again, and you're setting all the same breakpoints over and over again.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to set the breakpoints each time, actually. They stay there permanently even when you close your IDE and stuff, the breakpoints are still there. You just enable and disable them if you want.
In the debugger, right? But with PDB, it's all on the fly.
Yeah, I guess. It's annoying because PDB might accidentally commit it. But the debugger is like, can't commit it.
What?
Yeah, because it's just in the sidebar of VS Code.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you just use neither now?
No, I never use PDB, like ever. Just debugger. But even that I don't really need anymore. Now it's just hard coding lists of exclusions and stuff. Pretty boring.
I use PDB all the time. It's kind of fun because you can sort of step through things as you please. But the debugger is probably better for this type of thing.
I want to thank you for engaging in it at a time in truth. On behalf of everybody here and on behalf of the public, I want to thank you for engaging in it at a time, in truth, when I know you've been advised not to. So thank you so very, very much. Thank you. Sam Bankman-Fried, everybody. On behalf of everybody here and on behalf of the public.
This is garbage, what?
Social justice. Wow.
Yeah, for an MBA.
Social justice is like a dead meme. How is that even? It's just still going on, I guess.
I know. We'll see if it lasts through the recession or not. I'm doubting it.
We need them to stop fucking around with the markets so people can get some sense knocked into them. They're going all crazy with free money and shit, turning into commies. So apparently some of my family was out with COVID at Thanksgiving, you know? Like they didn't come. And I totally have a cold right now. So it kind of makes me wonder.
I got it again. Maybe. I don't know. Everyone says they got COVID now, even when it's just a cold.
Yeah, I think this so far 100% feels like just a cold. Like I wouldn't even really say my head's stuffy. Just a little nose kind of stuff going on. But apparently you can have asymptomatic cases of COVID, so I mean, it really just could be any, you know?
Yeah.
It's stub your pinky toe, it could be COVID, you never know. What are your symptoms? None. Yep, probably have COVID. And I just spent like close to 30 minutes trying to debug this logic. And turns out the logic's valid, and it's just that for this particular definition we were looking at, it's parsing like the entire schedule as its text rather than just its one paragraph in that schedule.
Yeah.
And I think that's really common because schedules, I think the problem there is that often in the main part of the agreement, it will literally say defined terms or definitions or something like that. And it's a whole section, like a whole article even. But the schedules a lot of times will literally just have some defined terms at the top, and they're not really their own section. And I think that trips up parse a lot.
Oh yeah.
So it's an interesting problem that's like kind of semi-catastrophic in this case because it makes the definition text very unreliable. If you're looking for like, does it have this term in its text? It's like, well, if the definition you're checking starts with an A and there's 50 definitions in the schedule, pretty damn good chance that one of those definitions is the one you're looking for, right?
Yeah. It's like that with I'm getting ganked here. Oh god. The title page will often get the table of contents text appended to it because oftentimes the table of contents will be like, it'll start on the title page.
Oh,
so it's like, here's the title page and then here's all the sections. And then we'll just like fuck a whole bunch of stuff up. We'll put like section names as parties and stuff. And there's like so many places where parse just completely like fucking messes up. And it's just like hopeless. You basically just have to abort. You basically just have to identify cases where parse has done a bad job and abort.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times where the signature pages will be messed up too. Like they'll get random sections appended to them because there's not really a clear stopping point for the signatures or starting point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's difficult because, yeah, your logic is solid, but then parse is broken, but then you look at it and you're like, I don't know, this looks like not an easy fix for parse, so what do? You don't really want to work around it too much, you know?
Right. Oh, I never work around it. If they ask me to, I'll hardcode a solution, otherwise I'll just say it's parse, and then eventually it'll get fixed.
What happens to the hard-coded solution? Doesn't that persist beyond the fix and parse? And then
oh yeah, but it's just like, oh, if it looks bad, then just like hardcode fix it.
So you like switch on if you pick up some party names that are like sections or something?
Yeah, it's like if the text is exactly this, like with the table of contents appended, then stop. So eventually when he fixes it so the table of contents is not there, it just won't do that anymore.
Oh.
It's like pretty stupid, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
That's
yeah. That's life in parties parts, just hard coding stuff all the time.
I'm glad that they don't have me working on that. I'm way too much of a perfectionist to get into that.
Oh yeah, you definitely can't be a perfectionist. Garbage everywhere.
So aside from League, what do you do that's interesting lately?
Not much.
Suppose you came to Minnesota.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. I don't know what else to do really. Everyone else is busy with kids and stuff.
Yeah. Could say the same, but my circle was pretty small in the first place.
Did I tell you my friend lost his job at Gemini? His team got axed. Kind of crazy because Gemini is the one crypto fund that's actually doing pretty alright.
Ooh.
You just upgraded it. I feel like there's an upgrade every day.
Hey.
Yo.
I walked out of Wi-Fi range, but apparently it didn't auto reconnect. Went for a walk. I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was 2 days ago. And it is definitely way colder today.
Oh yeah, it snowed a ton too, right?
Huh?
It snowed a lot too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we got like, I don't know if it's quite a foot of snow. If it was a foot and it sank a little bit or something. But yeah, it's like 10 degrees right now, maybe a little bit colder. Which I'd say isn't too bad, but my gloves actually kind of suck. Oh. Thanks. I'm totally fine, but it's really sick. So is Alden there tonight
Where?
in your chat?
Oh, no, he's not watching right now.
Just Nikki?
I think it's just me. I always count as one.
Yeah. I was originally going to the gym more 'cause I thought maybe I'll get in shape, snowboard better, you know? But I haven't heard anything about a snowboarding trip this year.
Yeah.
Now I'm not really feeling it. I'd probably still go if it was even just the one trip, but yeah. Be kind of nice to hit the slopes locally. But at the same time, I don't know. I'll get up early, go all the way over to uphill, which is for me probably like 45 minutes. Or if I wanted to go to Spirit, that'd be cool on the weekends. But then you gotta sleep somewhere, so I guess I'd have to get a hotel if I wanted to go more than one day. And that's probably not cheap, especially on the weekends.
Yeah.
I suppose I could do it on the weekdays, why not? But I don't know, it'd be I have to burn some of the day still working. I don't know if that's worth it. Started reading that collection of stories I bought by, I forget the dude's name exactly. It's like Philip K. Art or something like that.
Oh, Philip K. Dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did Blade Runner, right? Or it's Do Android Dream of Electric Sheep is the real name. That was a good book.
Yeah, so he's got obviously some good books that have been made into movies, but the one I'm reading now is like The Man in the High Castle or something. And it's not grabbing me immediately, and I think part of the reason is because it's I'm like a chapter in, and it's obviously as if the Axis powers won.
Oh yeah, there's a TV show based on it, yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's pretty popular.
So I don't know, that could still be cool, but up front it makes it feel kind of dated because it's like, well, they didn't win and we're kind of like, you know, inching closer to 100 years away from that whole thing.
Yeah. I thought I really liked The Android Dream of Electric Sheep. I thought it was way better than the Blade Runner movies. But apparently he said the movies were better. He said the movies were a more complete vision of what he had in mind. Or like, the movies were the perfect incarnation. Yeah, he said the movie was better than the book he wrote. And apparently Philip K. Dick just churns out books, like he writes books like just fucking nonstop. So he said he admittedly didn't put his full effort into them. And it's like, oh, okay. It's kind of weird. There's another guy like that too. What's his name? Stephen King apparently writes like some ridiculous amount per day. I remember 1,000 words or something. I mean, maybe that's a lot for a writer. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, he just writes a shitload.
I've heard a criticism of him from a writer who's got a podcast. It's like political stuff, which is why I listen to it. But anyway, he talks about writing a lot, and he said that Stephen King is like a good writer, but he's written like 5 different stories, and he's kind of out of ideas. Like he writes the same 5 stories every time. That's what the guy says.
Yeah.
And I've never read a Stephen King story, so I don't know. I just kind of take him at his word. Obviously.
I've never read him either. I don't read much. I'm like, you know, Vitalik said like he never reads books. He said books are like an antiquated form of communicating ideas, and that like podcasts and stuff are just the newer, more efficient way to do it. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe not. I think it's just a different way of doing it.
Yeah, I think it is just different.
Yeah.
Podcasts are cool for sure because they're, you know, so it's easier than reading first of all. So, you know, you get like the conversation and all that. But I think what books have going for them is that even if you disagree with what the guy's saying or whatever, or just think it's maybe a little stupid at first or something, you don't get to argue with it. And like you don't with the podcast, but presumably there's somebody on the podcast maybe that doesn't totally agree, and then they're kind of arguing, which is like both the upside and the downside. Because
oh, that's a good point actually.
Like when Kanye walks off, I probably wouldn't read a book by Kanye anyway, but if he did write a book about how the dude said, and you read it just to find out what he thinks, you'd at least have to read his unfiltered opinion. Whereas like on a podcast, even if it's him being a bitch about it, he's just gonna walk off, and then you're not gonna know what he's gonna say. Like, okay, I guess you can't defend your argument, you know? So, yeah. It's interesting. I'm also reading The Witcher. So far, I've read one of the books, and actually the next book I'm reading too in that series has some of the show in it as well. And it's interesting how much of it is actually just like the TV show. Like they're actually pretty faithful to this scene or whatever. Or like, I think there's one scene where I didn't really remember what the character had said, but I recognized like, oh, he said literally the same thing in the show. Like the script was the same.
Oh
in
yeah.
the book. You know, like they didn't, and I don't necessarily want them to change it, but it's just like, I've already seen this, you know?
Right.
And I'll probably still read it anyway, because that didn't really fully turn me off, and the show is only 2 seasons. It's like 8 books or something. Yeah. Oh, my point was though is like, so I recognize that, but then I realized it probably took me, I don't know, maybe 10 hours to read that book, and then some of the next one, something like that. But the show, each season is like 8 to 10 episodes, and those are each, you know, about an hour long. It's actually like just as long as the book.
Yeah.
Because I've always been thinking like, it's faster. I suppose the movie is faster. They have to speed up the story. But watching a TV show, it's amazing. I might even slow it down.
There's this other crypto guy who's like, there's no book that shouldn't be a 6-paragraph Substack instead. It's like, I don't know. I do kind of dislike some books. Yeah, it depends what you're reading for sure. Some books can definitely be like too verbose, or just like restating the same point over and over and over and over. It's like, oh man. Like Ayn Rand is so bad like that. Atlas Shrugged is like 1,200 pages and it's like literally the same point like 1,000 times. But I don't know.
Oh lordy. I haven't read that. I haven't read any Ayn Rand, but isn't the Fountainhead like her actual beliefs, and then Atlas Shrugged is just a super long story that like
about
really
like
push her beliefs.
Yeah, if the world was like the way that I think it should be, this is how it would be, kind of thing.
I probably told you this before, but Aaron was telling me all about BioShock.
Oh yeah, it's like the same. It's like very similar.
Well, it's basically, well, again, I didn't read Atlas Shrugged, so I don't know for sure how it all goes, but BioShock is like Gulch, but it's gone wrong.
Yeah.
It's in the future now, and so BioShock, the story of like what happens in that world after it kind of like has gone sideways, which is super cool.
Yeah, I knew that right when I saw BioShock. It was they had one of Ayn Rand's like mottos on a big red flag. I'm like, oh hey. It's like, yeah, international water is like underwater libertarian utopia or something.
Yeah. The character's name too, it's not, wait. Was it John Cole? No, I don't think it's Charcoal. I think one of the characters, it's not Ayn Rand, but it's like they switch the letters around or something a little bit. I don't know if it's like Randall Ian or something, or Randall Ian or something. I don't know. They did something like that where you're like, oh, totally Ian.
Oh yeah, Randall. I think I vaguely remember. Man, BioShock is so long ago already. Actually, it's kind of crazy.
Did you actually play it?
I played the demo and then I watched enough gameplay to get the gist of it, but... Or maybe I played more than the demo, because I remember playing quite a bit. I got like some spells and stuff. That could have all been the demo.
I have not played. But Aaron told me so much, and then I read the Wikipedia, and I felt like I got the gist of the story without needing to play it. That's almost something I could get into to satisfy my boredom that I've been having lately, but I just feel like getting into a video game is such a waste.
I know.
Why? Many hours this week, so I don't know. Is there a difference?
And I'm just not that bullish on talking to computers. Like, people already don't like chatbots for websites, right? Like, when I'm going to buy something, I never talk to the chatbots, right? But this is like going to be the new way to interface to the computer. Like, computer, open Chrome. Computer, go to facebook.com. Like, you can already do that stuff, right? I don't know. It just seems weird. It's like video chat. Just because you can do something doesn't mean it's going to be the best way to do it. I know, I think the AI image generators are way cooler than the stupid little chatbots. Couldn't care less.
I was playing Elite Dangerous. I got it set up with this app called Voice Attack, and you can program it to do hotkeys. Just listens to your voice, you know?
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's a little bit tedious, but, you know, it's almost a flight sim. There's like, you're flying a spaceship and you got 6 degrees of freedom or whatever. And you're constantly changing the power balance between your weapon and shields, and I think it's your systems or something, or probably like your engines. So rather than remembering all the hotkeys, once you kind of remember the voice commands you set up, it's kind of nice because you can continue flying it completely engaged with the motion controls and all that, and be adjusting your power levels and stuff by just saying something.
Yeah.
So you end up talking a lot, but it's kind of cool. I don't know. I probably would have played way more of that game if it wasn't so boring. I think they have like a PvP battle mode where all you do is just fight in space battles. That's probably like okay, but they sell it as like an MMO where, kind of like EVE Online, where the events in the galaxy are influenced by the player interaction with the factions and stuff. And while that's technically true, basically what ends up happening is that there's pirates or like there's a space battle in this one sector, and it's just always going on until, you know, some time has passed and the event is over, or a certain number of, you know, points have accumulated for the one faction over the other, and you're not really like achieving the objective as much as you're just influencing those points in the background, you know? So it's kind of like WoW, where you just go to the area and like, yeah, you're supposed to kill, you know, these zombies that are invading this town or whatever. But the town's just always there and the zombies are just always spawning. And once you kill them all, you really just completed your quest. It's still going on anyway, you know?
Yeah.
Which is not surprising. It's the way those games work. But the way they sell it sounded like maybe it was a little bit more dynamic. Like you'd kill that guy or whatever, and then that would actually like close that event. And something else random would happen based on, you know, the weights of all the numbers involved or something. But it's not actually that complicated. Or at least when I played it. I guess it's been probably like 5 or 6 years now. One of those classic, like, oh, wouldn't the video game be cool if you could do like, if it was super realistic, but then if it became realistic enough, you'd just be in meta. Pushing papers for Zuck. I like how, huh?
Just imagining Bernie Madoff saying this, I messed up. I'm gonna do everything I can to make it right, even though I knew it might never be enough. That doesn't give people their $10 billion back, man. That you use for day trading.
So what's the deal? Is there like an investigation in them or something? Or?
I don't know, man. It's like been a month, over a month. Feels like nothing's happening. I don't even think they need to investigate. It's just kind of like, yep, that's what happened. It's pretty cut and dry.
Is it like what Bernie Madoff did was very much illegal, but crypto is in a gray area where it's not really like real money or banking or whatever?
No, it's still real money because he used customer deposits, like US dollars deposited. He used them for day trading on BitMEX, which is like just straight up illegal.
What the hell? That's the kind of stuff that just turns me off trading in the first place. Is like the real big ones out there, they're just part of some kind of scam. It's kind of like poker. You can legitimately win if you're better than most other people, but the house is always taken if you're playing in the casino, and it's kind of a zero-sum game. In fact, it's a negative-sum game with crypto because it's not just the house taking it, but it's the actual like burning of the electricity.
Yeah, the miners
and
and stuff. Yeah, it's literally like, yeah, it's a leaky bucket. You gotta keep fools piling in because the bucket's always leaking.
That's nuts.
Yeah. I think it's so funny. Alden wants to buy in. Might not be a bad idea either. Because like, you know, these people who are gonna lose their money again. They're gonna buy back in. It's gonna go up for a little bit. It's like, probably right, but man, I hate investing like that.
Well, that's the thing. It's not an investment. It's a gamble at that point, right?
Yeah, it's 100%.
Because you're not investing in the future Bitcoin. You're just investing in the risk and reward of like getting first in, first out. So
Yeah.
it's literally a FIFO method. Because it's a scam. Reminds me of BitConnect. Didn't those guys disappear right after that meme came out? Like they just closed shop.
Wait, no, I don't think that
Nobody heard
CEO ever
from
went to
him.
jail because he's doing some other crypto thing now. The Big Connect guy. Yeah, he's still out there. Still doing more pumping numbers.
He had enough sense to realize he was doing way too much flow. And he was like, bro, we gotta get out where we're headed.
Yeah. No, they blew up. They lost all the money, but like, I don't know. The guy never went to jail. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, that was probably before there was any regulation at all, right? Because like for a while, you could, I mean, it's sort of, you could argue like that stuff's fraud anyways, but to some degree, like it was just completely outside of the regulations and stuff, right?
I mean, that was in 2020, wasn't it? The BitConnect thing? It wasn't that long ago.
I think that was before COVID. I think that was like a while ago.
Oh yeah, actually,
3 or
'cause the
4 years
BitConnect
ago.
conference. Yeah, that might have been before COVID. Have a big packed conference like that.
In fact, I think I was still living in Eden Prairie, so that was like maybe 5 years ago.
Man, time flies.
That's crazy. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
That marked time by the BitConnect guy.
Yeah. BitConnect. And I want a new chair because my chair keeps always sinking. But it's not gonna be here until March. It's like that's a long delivery time. I guess supply chains are still fucked or something. I don't know.
Did you get another one of those $80 chairs that you like?
No, I'm tired. This is like the fourth $80 chair I've had. I mean, it's nice, but it sucks replacing it every year. I've talked to people, apparently it's just what you do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah. Like MKBH, or no, who was it? Tech Lead, I think. Tech Lead was doing a video on chairs, and he's like, yeah, this is my $80 trusty chair. Gotta buy a new one every year or so because the pump goes out. It's like, well, that's just, like, stupid. Just accept the bad design, accept the flaw, basically.
But the alternative is you get one of those $1,000 Herman Millers.
That's
and
what I
you
got.
better hope it lasts 10 years.
Yep. Hopefully. I did. I got one of the $1,500 EM bodies. See how nice it is. Oh shit, I would not. He's got all this shit, man. Oh. Hopefully it's nice. Then we'll see. We'll see. And he said he liked the in body, but he said the fabric it comes with is like slippery, so you just kind of slide off of it. And I'm like, dude, how can you have such a nice chair and then make that kind of basic mistake where it's like fabric slippery? Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad.
I bought a used Herman Miller for about $300. And I thought, you know, it's like the highest rated chair. And this one was like just sitting in storage for a long time, supposedly, so it's like lightly used. And I'm like, dude, that's such a steal, because it's like 10, 11, 1,200 bucks new. And so I got it, and I didn't totally realize like the stuffing in the seat was like kind of deteriorating. So whether or not it was lightly used, it was sitting in storage for too long.
Stuffing, isn't it? Aeron has the mesh, right?
Yeah, but there's stuffing around like the outside of that mesh.
Oh.
And the mesh was also a little bit looser than it probably should have been. But I think on top of that, the stuffing having deteriorated, it took out all the cushioning around the outside, where the plastic is on the outside, you know? So I was sitting in it, and it sinks too low, and it was cutting off the circulation in my legs. So it's digging in behind my knee, you know?
Oh, I've heard that it does that, yeah. I heard just all the Aerons do that. Depending on how you sit in it, it'll just cut off your circulation. It like really makes you sit a certain way.
That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah. They say the
like,
body's a little better if you want to sit in strange postures. But then apparently the padding is really shallow. I don't think I was sitting in that strange of a posture. I think it would just sink that far. You know? Like, really, if it sinks at all. Because it's got that hard outer plastic. Maybe if I had it lower, then the knees would rise up. The thing is, you're not supposed to sit too low, because then you're putting weight on your knees, and that's apparently bad. So, yeah, I don't know. But either way, I was doing that, so eventually I got rid of it. And actually, I hung on to it for way too long, now that I think about it. I think Karina uses it now. And I told him, I'm like, look, this is cutting off my leg circulation, so like, it's free if you want, but and I can't really recommend that you sit in it, because like, that happens to you, it's really bad. I don't, get a different chair. But I think either she doesn't sit that long in it, or she just, maybe it doesn't hit her that way either. But apparently, they don't have that problem. I'm like, whatever. As long as you're not getting blood clots in your legs, I guess. You know? Yeah.
Because that's what I was thinking. I'm like, dude, I sit all day. I think at the time when I got it, I was unemployed too. So I was literally sitting all day in it. And I'm like, it's one thing that it hurts a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to be getting blood clots, you know? What the fuck? So I got one of Josh's works, like chairs. It is technically broken, but that's only because like one of the armrests like spins around more than it's supposed to or something. I think that's the broken part of it. But whatever, he got it for free. Gave it to me. And it's not like super comfortable, but it's just good enough. And I've had it for probably 3 years now. I suppose I don't really sit in it much these days. In fact, that's fair. I've barely been sitting in that chair for several years now. So I just go to coffee shops and code. And before I got this job, I was like delivering DoorDash sitting in my car. You know? Maybe that's the moral of the story. If you sit and do nothing at a computer for an extended period of time, it's just bad no matter what.
Yeah, I think that is kind of true. Standing desk helps with that a little bit.
I bought a standing desk and I never use it. Not because I'm too lazy to stand, but because I literally don't use it. Like, I don't sit at the desks.
Oh yeah, because you're always at the coffee shop, right?
Yeah, plus it's totally true. I guess I could get a 4K monitor, but otherwise it's totally true that the screen, while being a weird resolution, is way more sharp on the MacBook Pro.
Yeah.
And it really does suck using a 1080p. Huh?
The colors are way better too.
Yeah, I care less about that. It's just that the text is not as crisp, and I have to at least have it one, if not two more times bigger for it to be clear.
Yeah.
I would just one. I can technically have it really small on the laptop screen and still read it, but it gets a little dicey when you're doing all these regex patterns and the N's and the M's are blending together, you know?
Right.
Especially now that the regex highlighting is not working for me. It's funny, I've gotten so good at regex that it actually isn't bothering me that much. I don't see all the syntax highlighting. But that's just because I do look at so much and I've worked out that system of, like, you know, you showed me a long time ago where you do the indents with the strings and you automatically concatenate. So once you kind of work that system out, it's a bit easier to read.
Yeah.
Just recently I felt really stupid because I made the mistake where I was doing that style and I accidentally put a comma somewhere and it turned the whole thing into a tuple. This pattern wasn't hitting. Finally I'm like, why did I put a comma here? Oh, it's so stupid. It's funny how those things about Python are supposed to make it beginner friendly, but then they can end up fucking you over when you get more advanced.
Yeah. I've copy pasted things from like parameters to other places and then forgot to remove the trailing commas and yeah, it's made it like a tuple.
Oh yeah. That one's particularly annoying because it doesn't even make sense to have a trailing comma.
I love trailing commas. I use them everywhere.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like a one-liner thing. I guess it makes sense that it's syntactically correct, but it's just annoying. I don't know. I guess if it's like not inside parentheses, maybe that's actually kind of more what I'm talking about. So if you're not using the parentheses, you still turn it into a tuple, but you use commas. It's sort of annoying because, like, it's a little handy thing that Python doesn't enforce the parentheses, but the parentheses are also a very clear indication of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess it's just kind of the way it goes though. I forget what I was doing. Might have even been just today. I'm just, for a second, was just thinking like, man, I can't believe I know all this shit. Like, there's a few things where you're just like, you know, if you were new to the language, this should just like really trip you up.
I know.
It's kind of just not obvious.
Honestly, the OR stuff is like that for me.
Oh, like the priority of what's stored in hand.
Yeah, and that OR returns the truthy one. It's not a boolean. And then AND returns the truthy one as well. It's like crazy. Returns the second.
That's the big one though, right? OR returns the first truthy one, and returns the second. And it technically makes sense because AND has to evaluate both.
Yep.
So it kind of makes sense. But OR only has to evaluate up until the first truthy value, right? My cigar went out. Probably partially because it's so cold. But it's too cold to take my gloves off. So now I'm kind of just screwed. So what is that stuff that you were working on with Charles A. and Richard?
Yeah, it's something with SLLs. I don't even remember. Oh, they want to map the SIC codes for the SLLs. And I'm like, oh, but... And then I found out he means like the SLL doc set. So if you go to this one weird tab, there's like some weird doc sets with like 100 subsets of docs. There's like 150 docs here, and there's like 4 different categories. Like, okay, I want to see the SIC codes for these categories of docs. I'm like, oh, there, I guess. It's a really weird ask. I don't know.
Is it like a one-off thing? Is this even for the app, or what?
I think it's just a one-off thing. Yeah, I don't know. Or like spot checking the SIC codes in general or something. I don't even know.
Like a debug endpoint or something?
No, the SIC codes are like the like an identifier for a party.
Yeah. I'm never fully sure what those actually are, but yeah, there's some kind of unique identifier for certain things. That Venture thing, I literally did spend 15 minutes just trying to get logged in.
I know, do Venture every time.
And the thing is like, it's a little bit on me because I didn't remember my password. But the reason I didn't remember my password is because if I have a system for how I create a password, and when I do that, all of that green, and then I put the password, and it's like, your password did not meet the requirements. And it's like, well, what requirement? It's literally checking everything off green. And I guess it's because I have some symbol it doesn't like or something, I don't know. So I have to fumble through to like my backup ones that are kind of less secure. You know, I'd rather use a system that's harder to make. It's hard enough to guess anyways, I guess. But it's longer and uses more characters, so it should be, you know, more secure. And it only gives you 3 tries and then it locks you out. And I guess you could like wait an hour or whatever it is, but I don't want to wait that long, so I try to reset the password and of course I go through that whole thing again. And then my preferred backups don't work because it doesn't let you reset it to a password you've already used. It's just a huge pain in the ass. And then I finally get in there and I like click on one of the things and it just shows their logo animating forever and never actually takes me to the page. And I don't know. I don't even remember like what you look at on there. So I guess I've accumulated like 90 plus hours of PTO. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Okay. I don't think I really have to formally use that unless I went on a hardcore vacation, I guess. But did you use like PTO for like when you went to Minnesota or anything?
When I went to Italy, Minnesota, we already had Wednesday and Friday
Right,
off.
I guess that's
yeah.
true. But you actually like went on there and used your PTO when you went to Italy?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe I don't fully appreciate the system because I've just never actually used PTO in my life before.
It's always a pain. Man, Amazon made us book it in like 3 different apps. It's super annoying.
What?
Yeah, because you have to like automate all your meetings and stuff. Like, oh yeah, can you auto set your calendars and then do this and that and the other thing? It's like...
That's annoying, yeah. Man, well, I should remember that because I'll totally get myself into trouble completely not doing that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thing is, like, I don't know if they would care. I mean,
No, they
unless
wouldn't
you went
care.
for like a full week or 2 or something, I don't know.
They know you're on vacation and there's only like 1 or 2 meetings a week.
So thing you could probably just dip out for a day and nobody would notice anyway.
Right.
You get a message and you're like, oh, I'm busy with something else, I have to get that tomorrow. I guess you'd be kind of straight up lying at that point. I should really get up earlier, I think. That's my problem. Once I kick these diffs off at like 5 or 6 or whatever, I can take a few hours. Can't really do any more for the rest of the night. It'll be like 8 o'clock, and it's just too early for me to go to bed.
Yeah.
So is it the next season yet on League of Legends?
Yeah, it's preseason.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, you said that Elise is in the meta now.
They changed a ton of stuff.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, there's like pets now. They changed a bunch of stuff in the jungle. There's like 8 new tank items.
There's pets?
Yeah, you get a pet like Pokemon. You choose 1 of 3. There's like water, earth, and fire. And it evolves with you as you clear the jungle.
Oh, like only if you're the jungler or what?
Yeah, just the jungler.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting because it forces you into the role then, huh? Because, I don't know, maybe it's been that way for a while, but it seemed to me that like you could technically be the jungler but just do whatever you want and it wouldn't really impact.
Well, they kind of, yeah, they had that already. In a lot of ways.
Huh.
because like if you have smite, then you get more experience in the jungle creeps and stuff. Those already really coercing you into it, like hardcore.
Now they are, or
No, they've always done it. Like if you take jungle camps and you don't have smite, you get less experience and less gold. That's been the thing for a long time.
I thought not taking smite was like the strategy though.
Way back, yeah.
Not anymore, huh?
No. Not for like, I feel like not for like 5 or 6 years. They changed it so
Really?
smite makes it so you get extra gold and experience from the jungle. You basically have to take it. You can't even buy the jungle item unless you have smite. And the jungle item gives even more damage over time, healing, and experience from monsters.
Oh,
You just really
interesting.
need it. Yeah.
It's kind of lame, to be honest.
I know, it's really dumb. It was like 5 years after the game came out, so what, like 2015, they were like, oh, okay, so in Worlds, people are pretty much always playing this way with like the support going bottom and the jungle doing this. So they just reformed the game around what people happen to be doing at that point in time. They're like, this is the game now. You have to have a jungler. You have to have smite. You have to have a support. Support has to go bottom. And yeah.
It's not entirely bad, but I just don't like the idea of, sure, that's the meta, but like, you know, what if you want to do something a little off meta, switch things up?
Yeah.
But they got
not
the
allowed.
items in place where now you can't really do that.
Right.
Because I remember sometimes everybody, maybe this is just kind of a losing strategy high level, but everybody would get smite, and then you like rush the dragon or something and just nuke it.
Yeah, the 6 smite strategy, that was super fun. Way back.
That's not that long ago though. It's gotta be like maybe 3 years ago. I don't know. I guess it's been a pretty long time since I've
No,
literally,
it's been
literally
longer.
played the game.
I mean, I've been
It
playing
may have
like
been 3
12
years since I
now.
last played.
Yeah, it's probably been at least that. I don't know.
Huh, crazy.
It is nuts. It's been 7 years, 7.5 years since I moved to New York. If you need like frame of reference.
Wow. 7.5. I don't know. That feels like it could be right. I mean, it literally is, of course, but it doesn't feel off to me.
Nice, they're mid of the last pick, so I get counterpicked. That's alright. 80 carry, support, jungle, top. Shen top is pretty good against Aurelia. It's kind of a skill matchup, but Shen is just generally pretty good. He's tanky. Aurelia prefers someone she can play around like Darius. Aurelia beats Darius pretty hard. Or like Aatrox, Fiora. Oh, Katarina, nice. Katarina's a fun matchup. What skins we got, guys? I will take these. Yeah, Katarina's not hard at all. Oh, I mean, if she's really good, yeah, but that's pretty rare. I don't even mind losing against a good Katarina either. It's like a satisfying loss. It's just annoying playing against like Cho'Gath and stuff. Let's see what we're working with. Alright. Guy. Pretty good at Evelynn, holy cow. 3 points, boy, that's even higher than me for 10-minute skills. Ash, newbie, and Zillion casual, good. Katarina's only gold too, so should be fine. Damn, it's Morgana's. Millionaire Morgana, right? No, just Morgana lover. Plays a lot though. Actually not a whole lot on there. A bunch of people playing champs for the first time. We shall see. We'll take this actually. Go aggressive. Katarina has a lot of harass actually with Q. She's manaless too, so she can actually harass you a whole lot in lane. But usually they're not good enough to do that. I need to bind my freaking ward ping. What's the ward here ping? Keys. Communication. Enemy vision ping, I think that's the one I want. Let's put that on actually don't know, what do I have unbound? Maybe this one. There we go.
Interesting, this
Nice.
patio room is not really insulated, and the windows are cracked open and stuff, so it's plenty cold, but it's definitely several degrees warmer than outside.
Oh yeah, from the cigar. From the cigar.
No, like where I live, there's a small one-car garage in the front, and the door in that garage opens into this patio room that's not insulated or heated, but it's completely enclosed. There's like windows, and because it's kind of like a room you can smoke in, the windows are still cracked open, but it's not heated or anything, you know. But I think just because, you know, it's on the side of the house, it's enough, you know, thermal transfer to keep it quite a few degrees warmer than outside.
Oh, nice. Like my parents' garage is like that a little bit.
Yeah, I guess it's just a little bit weirder in this particular room because it's like, I don't know if the walls are thinner than a garage. It's mostly just that on two sides it's all windows, so there's not a whole lot of, you know, actual insulation. But I guess it completely cuts out the wind, so that's probably a huge part of it. My landlord's got this like automatic like air freshener thing that sprays every so often, and I kind of hate it because it's like chemicals, and not only do I not like that, but it does kind of conflict with the whole point of the cigar, you know? Feel like neutralizing the smoke, right? So I thought about getting an air filter. Like I already have one in my room that just always is kind of running. But I don't know, probably won't work that well against smoke. And then, you know, I don't know if it can really handle the sub-zero temperatures out here. My dad gave me a, I don't think it's that old, but an old, for him anyways, TV. Still like flat screen and all that, you know? And I was gonna put it out here, but same thing. It'd probably handle like 20 degrees, but I don't know if it can handle like negative 20. Probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
Saved me some money not smoking cigars all the time, but it kind of sucks because I was totally getting into it. You just chill out here. You can even work in the summer, you know, totally fine temperature. Be working, smoking a cigar, dipping. Got a TV out here too. Throw on like podcast on the TV. You can watch it. It's pretty dope.
That would be cool.
It's like the coffee shop plus a cigar. Now it's just like the coffee shop minus everything. I feel so, I probably am just one-dimensional. I literally go to this coffee shop almost every day. And they don't even like really like me there that much. Like, you know, Dunn Brothers, I was like their #1 customer. They were super nice to me. But here, for whatever reason, they don't really like me. At least not like that. So, but I still go to this place anyways because it's so close, convenient, you know. And I'm far enough out from the city where, you know, the aside from like Caribou and Starbucks, the next cafe kind of place, there's not that many, you know. And one of them for sure, I looked at pictures and it's like pretty, I don't know what the word is, but like just crappy booths and stuff. It's not made for like a nice place to hang out, you know.
Right.
Just somewhere to grab some lunch or something. in the burbs. I'd say I'm still in the suburbs, but I think the suburbs still vary quite a bit because, like, if you think about Chanhassen, that's actually fairly dense compared to where I am right now.
Yeah. They're way out there.
I'm not even like technically way out there. I'm right on Highway 12. I'm like 10 or 15 minutes from 494. I'm not really any farther out. It's just a little bit of a smaller area, I guess. I think Chanhassen's technically kind of ritzy too. Doesn't really feel like it to me, but it's probably because I didn't grow up in a $1 million home.
Yeah.
It's funny I say that because the house you grew up in is like literally half the house I grew up in.
I know. Super small.
It's weird because to me, it's smaller, yeah, but it doesn't feel, not just in my memory, like literally as a kid, it didn't feel like your house was really that much smaller. But I think it's because everything about your house is a new location to me. Like, I have my space, and then additionally, there's this other space where Matt lives, right? But if I actually lived there, it would be different because then the bedroom would actually be my bedroom rather than somewhere to go play with some other kids, you know? That's right that your parents are expanding it. Is it big, or is it just like the kitchen be a little bit bigger and then it'd be like one more bedroom?
It's a bedroom and a bathroom and a second HVAC system and a second pump, which seems kind of silly because now they can have one good furnace and one like old furnace. Same with like one good water pump and one bad water pump. And like the water takes forever to get warm way out there because it's like so far away.
So what do you mean so far away?
Because the water line has to run like super far to get to the new sink, so the water like doesn't get hot forever, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, they're gonna get that fixed. They're gonna get like a recirculator installed or something. Feels kind of weird. I think they should have just demolished the house and like built over it, honestly, because I think the land is worth a lot more than the house. And now they just have like a half updated house, and eventually have to update the other half, and then I don't know, the people who buy it still might not keep it how it is.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right?
Yeah.
That's why you don't paint your walls a cool color that you like when you're going to sell it, because 90% of the time the new owners are going to paint it anyway, so you just paint it white, right?
Yep.
If you're going to paint it anyway. That's the dumb thing about apartments. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So the second apartment we didn't paint. I don't think we painted that at all. Granted, it did have like an off-white cream color on the walls, I think. Second place in Newbury a little bit. But the first apartment, though, I think it was very much just sterile white. And my mom coming from a house was kind of, plus, you know, she got clothes on and all that, so it was like traumatic or whatever. So I think she was freaking out and she was like, I need to paint, you know? And it ended up, I think we lived there long enough where it was worth it. But the stupid part is, like, we painted the huge wall in the living room red on one side. And then, of course, when you move, they're gonna charge you to paint it white again. So you just paint it white yourself, you know?
Yeah.
It's such a waste. wonder how much they would charge you for that. Because I think they have to. I think they have to paint anyway. But I think the problem is if you paint far enough away from white, it's like a darker color or something, then they'd have to do multiple coats, so then they'd have to charge you extra. I think that's the problem. Yeah, I think that people told my mom that we like cleaned it way better than just about anybody else ever does when we left.
Oh yeah.
And then they still charge her a bunch of money for like the hole in the walls or whatever. Like it doesn't fucking matter. I don't want to go back to ESG stuff because I'm not enthusiastic about the subject, but I do wish I was working with Richard again. I think I lucked out that I think we work pretty well together. Darcy's not really that bad either, but I don't know. I think with Richard, we'll both think about the problem in the same way, so we'll come up with the same sorts of solutions a little bit more. I think that's what it is. Probably also that he skims the diffs, because then it ends up making sense.
Yeah.
There's 3 obviously terrible things. I'm not gonna look at the rest of it, like, solve this problem first.
Right. That's what Joyce does too. The problem with parties
I
is
guess
you
for you-
usually have to, like, what do you say, like break some eggs. Like usually we make a good change, like handling 2 column title pages, and it reveals another underlying problem. And it might be like 100 good, 1 bad, and she won't let it get merged. She's like, oh, I found a no good here. It's like, yeah, like, but we're doing the right thing now.
Yeah. Maybe I just make stupider but easier mistakes. Because usually the problems I'm talking about are more like they're the exact thing we were expecting to happen and it didn't work. But then, you know, there's a reason for it. Not just that, well, half the time, honestly, it's that I screwed up. But the other half the time, though, it's some kind of like logical thing. Glad I caught last night. I ran the wrong diffs for Minna, but I caught it before I went to bed, so I just reran it with the right stuff, you know. But I'm so glad that I decided to look, because like it fucking sucks when you wake up in the morning. She's just like, yeah, look through the whole diff. There's a lot of bad results, and you look and you're like, oh, that's because I ran the wrong one. Just like wasted half her day for nothing. Oh, it's terrible. Feel a little bit better after the Thanksgiving break, you know. But I still feel kind of burnt out, and I think It might be that I just got kind of used to, like, oh, this is how events of default works, you know. Then now I've like rewritten a very large percent of it, so it's like kind of have a deeper understanding of what's going on anyways. And then more and more the stuff they were giving me were like little cleanup things. So things are starting to get like pretty easy, you know? But now as we move on to new stuff, it's getting hard again. It's like, nah, I want to kick back in the left.
Yeah.
I guess that's the upside of like Andrew Roslin's job, where sometimes it gets intense, I guess, if they have like a problem, because they have pretty hard deadlines. But in general, it's just like clicks a few buttons, things start running, and just plays guitar or something, waits for it to finish.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what we do with the diffs.
That's true, but for me, I tend to have enough stuff going on where, like, once I do complete something that's ready to diff, I don't do it right away, because then I can't use my computer, and I just do like B, C, and D as well, and then I kick everything off at night. So sometimes I get that downtime, but for instance, though, like in Events of Default, if I can't figure out this caching thing correctly, then that's gonna be a huge headache, because the diffs will be so long that, you know, if you can't really do anything else till you diff it, it's just gonna take the rest of the day. Just realized with that error that I shared, if that's a dependency issue, then can't really cache or no cache. This doesn't work, at least for testing purposes. I suppose that would just involve caching a lot more things. It's so annoying though. It's like taking what was a pretty well-contained analysis and just ruining it. So did you see Josh at all? Or did you just stayed in his place?
Oh, we saw him the last night. We hung out for a while. They got back at like 8 p.m. on Sunday, and we didn't fly out till Monday afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're good. I can't believe they get any work done with the kids, like, running around. It's crazy. It's like
oh, yeah.
It's so insane. Like, you think having a dog is a lot of distraction, but like kids are just like another level.
Yeah. I bet Thor is getting pretty active too. Isn't she?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was already super active, but she's like, reminds me of Boston. She's just running around, dancing, asking you to do stuff. It's cute, but man, it's like a full-time job for real. Makes you wish you're in the office just to get away from it.
Yeah. I thought she's probably... I don't know, is she? I don't think she's old enough for school yet. But she might go to his parents. Well, no, Karina's home now. I guess Karina probably just watches her.
Yeah, well, Karina's on sabbatical, so he's just hanging out at home.
Yeah. You talking about going back to work anymore? Or not really?
She's not sure what she wants to do, but she'll get back eventually.
It sounds like she wants to go back to work. I wasn't quite sure if that's just because, like, she did mention once that, like, she's invested so much in her career that she doesn't want to just throw it away. And, I mean, that's obviously true, but it's an interesting thing because it sounds like teaching, at least, you know, at public school like that, really sucks. And then not being able to raise your kids as much.
They're talking about homeschooling now. Everyone's homeschooling because Karina's sister's homeschooling, Jason's family's doing homeschool, and now Karina's gonna homeschool. Like everybody who went to public school is going to homeschool, and everybody I know who homeschooled is sending their kids to public school.
Really?
It's like the grass is always greener thing, right?
I remember I wish, at least for a while, I wished that I was homeschooled when I was like a teenager. But that being said, I think I'm glad I wasn't, because I don't think my mom was equipped to handle that. She doesn't have that kind of patience and stuff.
You really don't need your parents to do much. You can just follow the curriculum on your own. It just sucks not having any friends or like peer reflection or like guidance counseling or anything.
Well, I mean, I didn't get any guidance counseling.
Yeah. I mean, imagine the only adults you know in your life being your parents. It's like a super isolated worldview. You just have no idea what kind of jobs are out there, what you should be doing, what the track is, what universities you should apply to, anything like that.
I think it's just
entire
different
life
for
is
everybody,
just
though.
defined by your parents and what they want you to do.
I get how that would be like stronger for sure, but my personal experience with school doesn't really change that a whole lot. There's just more like less parent involvement, but otherwise the school didn't do much for me. You can argue that I learned the things because I was there, but as far as like guidance counseling and all that, I was pretty much in the crowd that they just ignored. But I think my mom in particular, though, she doesn't, it's not that she doesn't have the patience to teach, it's that she was already like all or nothing, like you're completely, you know, grounded, can't do shit because you got a bad grade or you're in this kind of trouble or that kind of trouble. Or you're like getting A's or whatever. Not much in between, I don't think. That's the short story anyway, but point is, I think if I was homeschooled, it would just be that, but more immediate. It would be like on a daily basis. Like I now know exactly what you are not doing well on, and you're not going to do shit until you get it right. I suppose, like, you know, it's probably not a bad thing that they have all the metrics is maybe the wrong word, but you know, you're supposed to check all the boxes as far as what they taught you throughout your primary education. But I wish they weren't so strict about it, because like I ultimately still failed, you know, certain classes or whatever, didn't get the credits or didn't learn anything. So they might as well should have let me do the things I wanted, like the robotics class. But in order to do stuff like that, you have to be like perfect. Maybe not perfect, but you have to be basically, you know, passing all your stuff like a normal person or whatever. So instead of doing that, I just get nothing out of it. That's why I keep going back to the Raspberry Pi thing. I'm trying to, you know, satisfy my inner child. He's just curled up in a ball somewhere up in there, crying over the robots class. just realized it's been like probably a year now since I saw that there was these people working on this game. I'm not sure if it was like, it might have been straight up open source, but it's like you're a hamster in a ball, and it's essentially monkey ball, but obviously they can't use that IP, so it's you're a hamster or whatever. And but it had like full blown. You're supposed to get to the point where it's got full blown, you know, internet, multiplayer, and all that. Basically everything you'd expect out of a modern monkey ball for PC. That would probably be pretty dope.
Oh yeah, I saw that game. That looks pretty cool.
I think I appreciate those party games a little bit more now. It's like, you know, most video games are kind of dumb. But those kind of games, it's not about playing through this epic story and feeling like you're actually like a Chinese warrior or whatever game you happen to be playing, you know. It's just, the whole point is just screw around with your friends.
Yeah.
I bought Austin some Mario Party games for that reason. And it's like kind of fun, but I don't know. It's a little like I guess I just haven't been super impressed with Mario Party.
No, like Mario Party 2 and 3 were so much better.
I don't even know if that's quite the case. I think it's just that it hasn't really evolved. Like I especially feel that way about Mario Kart 8, which is I think the current version for Switch. It's fun enough, and once you kind of figure out how things work a little bit, you can definitely get better at it and stuff. But it's still just like, it's, I don't know. I think the main problem is that they don't have enough like customization over how the game's gonna play. Because I guess, you know, when you're in last place, you get all the best items, and the whole point is that, yeah, your friends are gonna be better than you, but at least you're gonna like get a handicap, so, you know, everybody has a chance to come out on top. And that's cool and all, but if you want to play hardcore, when you're in first place, like you literally, I think there's 3 items that you can get when you're in first place. You just get like a coin, a single banana peel, or I don't even remember what the third one is. So if you're winning all the time, it's like becomes very boring, because then you're just playing basically a normal, well, you're playing what would be just a normal racing game, except that you're getting all these bullshit items thrown at you, and it doesn't really play like a normal racing game. Yeah, Austin's so good at that game. I'm actually pretty good at it, but Austin is so good that even on the hardest difficulty, not getting any of the good items, you know, and all that, he'll still be like half the track in front of everybody. He'll get blue shelled and everything, still way the fuck up there. And there's like an uncanny valley type of thing going on where if you're like just good enough to be in first all the time, it's super hard because you got all these items and red shells and stuff coming at you. But when you're as good as Austin, it like becomes easy again because he gets so far ahead that the only thing that can hit him is the lightning or the blue shell, you know? And really only the blue shell slows him down because the lightning slows everybody down, so, you know, it doesn't really screw you.
Right.
So it's pretty funny. He said that they went on like a vacation trip thing to somebody's cabin not so long ago, and apparently his friends got him drunk, and they're like, oh, we're gonna get you super drunk now, you know, and so they got him kind of drunk, and they're like, now we're gonna whip your ass on Mario Kart, and he still smoked them. No difference. Just blew him out of the water.
Doesn't take a whole lot of sobriety to win at Mario Kart, though. It's kind of just muscle memory.
Yeah. Reminds me of some random ass video I watched the other night. And it was some guy who's a drummer. He's like, can I still play this drum groove? 20 drinks in or whatever. So he takes a shot, and every shot he takes, he plays the groove, and then he waits a little bit for the next one to kick in and then plays it again. And he gets to the point where like he almost can't stand up, but he sits down at the drum set and plays it almost perfectly. But then he can't walk, and it's like, wow, that's how you know you're really good. Like you're a professional at the drums, is like, you got that part down. But, like functioning in any kind of other way, being just wasted. I can't talk. It's so weird, but can't talk, can't walk, but can play the drums like no problem.
Yeah, it's just a different part of your brain. Pure muscle memory.
Yeah, I suppose so. You'd think walking would be muscle memory.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because it's not music, I guess. You know how like people with certain kinds of dementia and stuff, like a lot of times they, can't remember how to go to the bathroom or something stupid like that, but they sit them at a piano and they can play these songs that they've learned when they were a kid or whatever.
Right.
It's kind of funny that, like heart disease is like, that and cancer is like the leading cause of death in America or something, right? But I guess cancer really sucks, but is heart disease really even that bad? Like, maybe if it's prolonged, but would you rather get Alzheimer's and slowly decay for like a decade?
Right.
Or would you rather just like have a heart attack like maybe 1 year early?
I don't want Alzheimer's, it sounds horrible.
Yeah.
I like dementia or whatever.
I don't remember what it is. When I was reading, I think they found some new drug or something that I think it still doesn't cure it, but it like greatly. I guess I don't know how much greatly is. Probably the fact that it has an impact at all is good, but it slows down that Alzheimer's process. It's kind of cool. There's this lady at Dunn Brothers that wouldn't, I don't think she even came in that much really, but I was always there, so she recognized me. And I talked to her like a couple times because she sat next to me and I think I was like reading a book or something. So I was just like, oh, what book you reading? Oh, that's cool. All right. But then I became like her acquaintance somehow. So even though she didn't come in that much and didn't really say much, she'd always be like, hey, how's it going? And then one day she comes up and sits next to me and she's like, yes, so I have Alzheimer's, just found out today. I'm like, oh, geez, that sucks. She's like, yeah, so I don't know how much longer I'll be coming around here, but just thought I'd share or whatever. I'm like, fuck, I don't have to say about that. Good luck.
Right.
And there was one point though, I think it was it might have been actually after COVID, that I lost like 10 or 15 pounds or something by just wasting away, And so she noticed and she's like, oh, you look like you lost weight. You look good, or whatever. I'm like, oh, thanks. And then like several months later, when I had gained all the weight back plus a little bit, she comes up to me after she told me she had Alzheimer's, like a few weeks later. She's like, oh, have you lost weight? You look pretty good. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's already affecting you. Sorry.
Yeah. A lot of times you just don't notice until your memory is that bad, though. Then you go in and you get diagnosed.
Yeah.
And a lot of memory loss
Yeah.
is just normal too. It's not necessarily Alzheimer's. It's hard to know.
I think memory loss in general is sort of normal as well. Like, over time, you just forget shit, you know?
Yeah.
For instance, do you remember when we were standing on the corner talking about how fast time goes and how some amount of time in the future we'll be remembering that day or whatever?
Yep.
Oh, you do remember, because I've told you about this before and you've been like, I don't remember that.
Nah, I remember that for sure. I thought it was when
Maybe
we were
you're
playing Super
fucking
Smash
with me.
Brothers.
Huh?
I thought it was when we were playing Super Smash on N64.
No, we were standing at the street light at the entrance to our cul-de-sac.
Oh man.
But we probably talked about it again while we were playing Smash Bros. And I bet you it was like 2 weeks later. You're like, remember that day? 2 weeks ago? It's already been 2 weeks.
Right.
Did you just send me something?
No. Did Aaron?
Huh?
Did Aaron?
Oh, I don't know. My phone vibrated. I'm
Oh.
too cold to take it out of my pocket. Probably wants to play Counter-Strike or something. That's him. I like Counter-Strike, and I think I do still like playing it, but there's just not anything novel about it at all to me anymore.
Yeah.
Like, how the entire game's gonna go is just already known to me.
I foresaw it in the start before this match even began. I think it's kind of like that, but they changed it up enough where it stays fresh.
Oh, yeah. Counter-Strike, they just come out with new maps, and the new maps, sometimes they're cool, you know, but they're almost always just worse than the existing maps, and that's just because the core maps that they always have are 15, maybe even 20 years old, and they've been tweaked to death so that they're like perfect for what they are, you know? So they play the best. And the new maps, not only are they not that refined, or as refined, not necessarily bad, but you know, they're not as refined. And then also like nobody knows the callouts because it's a new map, you know? Whereas like Dust 2, you know, maybe you don't know all the callouts, but everybody knows the important ones. That being said, I think the last, well, maybe not the last time, but one of the last few times I played it, people were actually calling things different callouts. I'm like, holy shit, this game's getting so old that like the new generation has different callouts for this same map. It's kind of weird. There's this, I think they put it back, but there's this one position on Dust 2 called Goose. And there's seemingly not a good reason for it. That's because at one point, there was a goose spray painted like graffiti on the wall, or maybe it said Goose or something like that. So in this corner, that spot was called Goose. But then they like updated the textures or whatever, and they took that spray paint off. So now it's just called Goose because that's what it's always been called. There's no reason for it, and I think that was one of the spots where like after a while people just started calling it other things, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. And there's one called Xbox. But I don't know. I think it's because the texture had an X on it, but I don't know if the updated texture. I don't think it has an X on it. Plus, like, you know, a long time ago the textures weren't as high res. So then, if it had an X on it, it was probably because that's the amount of feature in the texture is just an X kind of like design or something. For instance, on this map called Nuke, there's a silo thing, and it's called Marshmallow. It's called Marshmallow because the original map was like low poly and stuff, so it just looks like a big marshmallow because it's this big white silo pink thing. You don't really know what it is. It's just like, it looks like a big marshmallow, so it's called Marshmallow. But they updated the look a few years ago, and now it's like way higher resolution and stuff, and it doesn't look like a marshmallow anymore. So it's kind of weird. You call it out, and some newer players are like, "What the fuck is a marshmallow?" Like, the thing that looks like a marshmallow. And then you're like, "Oh, I guess it doesn't really look like a marshmallow anymore."
Oh, it's gonna take a plate because I thought they'd respond to Herald Bottom.
Yeah, and that, I guess on that map, that was weird because like Counter-Strike doesn't play that much different, but it kind of needs to not play different because of the style of game, you know? But that map in particular, there's this spot called Toxic, and it's because there's these, on that map, there is an upper level and a lower level, and there's a bomb site on each, you know? And on the lower level, you're like in the bottom of the nuclear reactor, and there's this room that goes nowhere. It's just a square room with some doors on it, and you can hide in there. And it's kind of like, you know, when it's like 1v1 at the end, you planted the bomb, the last guy's kind of trying to figure out where you're hiding. That's like a good spot to hide in because he has to open the doors, which are gonna alert you to the fact that, you know, he's right there and you blast him. So it had these radioactive looking containers in there, so they call it Toxic. But now that room just doesn't exist anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore. And instead there's like a doorway a little bit off to the side all the way in the corner, and you can actually like go through the back area there. So the map's changed quite a bit. So it does technically play different, but not really like you're talking about with League.
Yeah, League, they change it like every, I mean, not even just preseason, they're just changing it like all the time, constantly. It's nice.
Well, like whether or not those pets have a huge effect on the game, that's like a pretty major change, right? Like, what the hell is a pet now, you know? Like, that's a completely new concept. Because with Counter-Strike, it's like they still shoot each other. The guns are still the same, you know?
It's still
maybe they
mostly about
added one gun,
headshots.
but yeah, it's still a headshot.
It's like less strategy.
Yeah, it's probably just technically less strategy. There's still like definitely a strategy, but the mechanics of it are not that different. Although, I just remembered, Aaron did say that they reset the ranks recently. And I don't know exactly what that means, but I think the problem was that the elo system was getting to the point where the really good players that played like all the time still are like at these extremely high elos.
Oh yeah, they did that in Halo too. It was called the Swash. They do it in League occasionally.
Yeah, but Counter-Strike like severely needed it because Aaron was saying there was like a 2-week period where the games made no sense. You'd be like in silver playing with way higher level people. But then after a couple weeks, he said he ranked up significantly, and now the games make so much more sense.
Huh. That's like
because
League. It's actually really hard to play silver games and stuff because they make no sense. But then once you get higher rank, it's like, oh, okay.
yeah, and that was the same problem, except it was like, I mean, I guess I don't know about League necessarily, but I think it was way more severe in Counter-Strike, because you basically have, in silver, it's the newbies, the people who maybe got banned or something a few times and got demoted or whatever, and now they're kind of stuck as like, they've been marked as like cheaters or something, so they're stuck in these lower levels. And then people who are really good at the game, but they haven't played in so long that they got deranked completely, so now they're starting from the bottom again. So you get this like mix of players that just don't make any sense. And it's so bad that it's like actually impossible to rank up unless you grind it out. And the thing is Aaron's not bad, and he has been grinding it out, and he was still just never would go like up and down one rank for like 2 years or something. It's just terrible, because he's definitely not like bullshitting or whatever. Like he's beyond silver for sure, but the ranks are just that screwed up.
Damn.
So apparently they've Squash or whatever fixed that. Which is really good because like 5 years ago or something, when I was playing all the time, that wasn't quite the case, and I had moved up. I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's like silver, gold, and then you get into some weird bullshit ranks like Guardian, Guardian 2, Master Guardian, something like that. And I was up in there at like the Master Guardian level, and then there's like one more tier of ranks above that, I think. But that was super fun. Still a bit of a grind. You gotta play it all the time to get that high, of course, but you know, it's like kind of mid-level ranks, but you're in the group of people who actually know how to play the game, and the matches make sense and stuff. You can play with randoms, and you can at least rely on them to understand what's going on.
Yeah. That's always the most fun part of playing, is when you can count on your teammates to follow up. Like, getting the synergy. Super fun.
Yeah.
Overwatch is the same. Overwatch almost more so, actually. Isn't it like so frustrating playing Overwatch and like your teammate doesn't synergize their ult when it's like obvious, and then like you lose by a second or whatever? It's like, man.
Yeah.
So at least League you can kind of carry, but Overwatch is like, dude, just do the grav bomb or whatever.
Yeah, and then that's like critical that your teammates act on the grav bomb, because otherwise it doesn't do shit, right?
Yeah.
I don't love Overwatch, but that was a lot of fun for a while. Like a year or something. It's interesting. Seems like they've been able to keep League interesting.
Yeah.
Even though I don't play it anymore. Sounds like they do enough. Like they're pretty professional about it. But like with Overwatch, it's kind of like you can't really fully bring it back.
Overwatch has been dead, man.
But it went through those phases where, like, remember when they didn't enforce like one hero per side, you know? Like you could all pick the same character. And then they figured out that Diva is super broken because her shield blocked everything. And if you have 3 Divas, you can basically keep the shield up constantly.
Yep.
And things like that. So you like, it's broken, but people have to find that out first. So you go through the phase of like, when everybody's finding that out, you get these bullshit games. But it's kind of fun because you like figured out how to break it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But you can't really do that over because, like, why would they? It'd be like a regression to introduce that again, you know? Still kind of tempted by the Switch. I think a semi-waste of money, but I might have just enough money to burn. And that Zelda game, I don't know when it comes out. I think it's in May or something. I don't think it's that soon. Or maybe it's even a year, I don't know, but kind of interests me. Breath of the Wild was disappointing in its dungeons. So I feel like that's the main part of Zelda games is some interesting dungeons, and I actually feel like Breath of the Wild had very interesting dungeons. But it's, you know, open world, and it's actually pretty cool to explore. It's like sort of an inch deep, but it's pretty. So whatever, still fun. You ever played Breath of the Wild?
No, I heard it's kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, kind of like I said, underwhelming in certain ways. But they have like these, I don't even remember what they call it. There's a few magic abilities that you get that are core to the game. So like there's this like kind of magnetic one or whatever where you pick up certain metallic objects and move them around and throw them and stuff. Well, mostly just that. You hold them through the air, and if you like swing it around and let go, it goes flying. So it's kind of dumb, but it did also make the game interesting because you could, you know, you could just fight with your sword and kill some guys, but you can also do some stupid things with that too that are kind of fun.
I've never been that into Zelda games, honestly. Like, oh, you got the hook shot. Guess what you're gonna have to use next? The hook shot.
Yeah, that's totally true.
And then like everything does damage, but your sword is always the best. So I don't really get it. It's like, well, I could hit the boss with my hook shot, but that barely does any damage.
Yeah,
for the bombs and stuff. I don't know. It's cool though. Like the music is good. And the atmosphere is neat.
I like it for the sort of exploration vibe.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I remember playing. I still think Ocarina of Time is a great game. But yeah, like throwing the bombs at enemies and stuff is kind of not a super effective way of fighting. But it's probably partially because I was a little kid. But like when you finally get to like one of the new temples, and there's a totally different vibe in the temple. Maybe it's not as big as I remember, but it seemed like a fairly big like dungeon, you know, thing that you have to go through and everything. And yeah, you always get the map and the compass, and then you get the one new item, which is cool. But then obviously, like, yeah, then you got to use that to beat the boss because that's the item for the dungeon.
Right.
So that part's uninteresting, but I thought the dungeons were kind of cool, anyways. I thought it was pretty eerie too. Like, the Forest Temple, I think, is my favorite. And when you finally get to the boss, it's like a... I don't remember exactly. It's kind of like a ghost Ganon or something. And he's coming out of the... Is he coming out of the pictures in that one? I forget. I remember it was like kind of scary as a little kid. watch a lot more of Aaron playing Metroid Prime.
Yeah. That's another game where it's like the gameplay kind of sucked, but the atmosphere was so good. Nintendo's great like that. Like, I don't know, their gameplay is always a little weak, like the combat, but the atmosphere is fucking amazing.
Yeah. I guess they gotta make up for the fact that their systems always kind of suck performance-wise.
Yeah. Oh, I saw someone playing Cuphead on the plane on their Switch, and that game actually looks really fun.
Oh yeah.
I like that style though. Yeah, side-scrolling arcade shooter. But then, like, I don't know who's award here. He got all excited. He's like, "Oh, gotta step in it." Nope.
Yeah, that does look like a cool game. But you can get it on Steam.
Yeah, art style is really cool.
I think that's kind of the main problem with Nintendo for me, is like there's not that many games I think that are really Nintendo exclusive that I really want to play.
Exactly.
Just Zelda pretty much. Mario, I guess. That's the other thing, you know, you buy a Switch and then 5 to 10 years, if you happen to want to play one of those games, you gotta have a Switch or whatever. Not just a computer. Kind of crazy that's even possible in computers, that a lot of the software still works today.
I know.
Like you got that meme about, you know, Excel 95 or whatever, but in general though, it's like, you know, seeing C++ and stuff, pretty interesting. But so weird. I think it was that interview, the Lex Friedman podcast with I think his name's John Carmack. He was talking about how whatever games he was making way back in the day, they basically had to write their own video card drivers because video cards were so not standard that they all had like little different features and different memory sizes and stuff. That's still a thing that gaming doesn't pay very well.
Like making games?
Like programming.
Yeah, programming games is garbage. Like 50K. And you work long hours too.
That's crazy to me because, I mean, I guess they have a lot of engines now that are just ready to go and they're really just responsible for the actual game. But like talking about that, back in the day, writing your own video card driver and tweaks and stuff to make your game work. And
I mean, it's still really hard if you watch, what's that guy's name? Who made Braid? He live streams the games he's making, and the logic you have to program is super, like, challenging. And then, let alone, like, the art and the music and everything takes, like, you just need a super diverse skill set. And then a lot of games, you know, it's like being a streamer or whatever. Like, hardly anybody actually sells any copies of the game when it's all said and done. You gotta market the hell out of it just to sell a few copies.
yeah. It's crazy. It's weird to me though how, like, I don't know, that's such high skill potential anyways. That doesn't pay well.
I know. Well, skill doesn't always translate to pay.
True, but it's a lot of work too. It's not like high
doesn't
skill
make
and
any
just
money,
hanging
though.
out, you know?
Yeah.
But it's not like there's not a market for it, you know? Like, lots of people play games and buy all sorts of games. But there's just more people willing to make games, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, think how many games are out there that are like on Steam. I mean, if you look at it, it's probably like Pareto distributed for number of downloads per game.
Right. I guess that's kind of my point, though, is like our software, pretty low percentage usage, right? But it's, you know, specialized enough or whatever that it's worth money.
I don't think it's actually worth any money right now. It's just the banks are speculating on could it be sold for more later, like are they developing something that another bank would buy from us in the future. So it's kind of like the greater fool thing, same as Bitcoin, I feel like. Because how much value does our product actually deliver? Like, pretty much none. No one's actually using it day to day. I don't even know if you could use it day to day to really speed up your workflow. That's kind of just the story, the vision, right? So in the end, it's like, well, this could revolutionize blockchain onboarding or whatever.
I think the revolutionized stuff is you're probably totally right about. But I think we're at least skirting along the edges of being super useful. Because, like, you know, occasionally I have to open up the PDF and it actually does stuff. You know, like Control F search for a lot of things, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas maybe that is like our biggest feature,
though.
honestly, is the peaks and stacks where you can click through the definitions. Like, that's so handy.
Still faster to open the PDF though. Like I open the PDF all the time just to check something real quick.
Yeah, aren't you kind of doing something that requires that more specifically though? Like the title pages and stuff?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because like for me, it'll be like, what's in the text of this definition? And then like, yeah, sure, you just skim to the defined terms section and look for it, but you know, sometimes it's in the schedule or something or whatever. But if you go in the app and you just click in, you see it. And I suppose my use case, obviously, is like, am I getting the proper matches or not? So it's automatically easier to check the app than it is to look in the text of the PDF. But in theory, you know, we're supposed to be hitting those with high enough accuracy where you can trust it. And then, you know, if you wanted to know that stuff, I think it's probably easier to click through our app than it is to read the PDF and make the connections yourself. Maybe, I don't know. These lawyers though, somehow they like fucking go through all these diffs and look at it all and you're like, yeah, reviewed the whole thing, there's 5 wrong results out of this 2,000. Like how the fuck do you review that in like a few hours?
Right.
I mean, I guess they have their expected results list and stuff, but still. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny how, despite the potential futility of it all, it's really just the ESG aspect that kind of deflates me. I don't care a crazy amount about the like environmental stuff, other than the inherent political nature of it. But the stuff about like diversity and all that, it's like, oh, really? You really want to know how many women work at this company so you can give them a better interest rate or something? Like when we're looking for diversity stuff, like Pacific Islander or something like that, or Hawaiian, I think, is like one of the things we look for. And I guess it's just like a legitimate thing that some people want to know, but it's so arbitrary.
Right.
Like, what about like Maori, you know? Like, do they count as diverse, you know? I mean, we don't have that one, so I guess not. If you're an Atlantic Islander. Alden says you have a really bad memory.
From what?
You must be watching now.
I have noticed that when you consume more content, your memory is worse. Like, the more podcasts and stuff you listen to, the more multitasking you do. It's like new stuff bumps old stuff out of your brain. Because Kevin remembers so much random stuff about all these games we played as a kid, and I don't remember much at all, like Secret of Mana bosses and stuff. I remember a handful, but like, I don't know, he remembers it super vividly.
You think it's because he consumes less information?
Yeah, I'm always binging podcasts and stuff 24/7, and then going to school for like 7 years and learning random shit.
Yeah. Kind of brings me back to the book thing. That might be a plus in the book category, is they're, you know, hopefully they're not that redundant, but they do force you to sit with the idea longer. Gender fluid Biden admin official placed on leave after being charged with felony.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, so it's that nuclear energy specialist. Shows a picture of him in a green flamboyant dress. He's apparently stole a woman's luggage at an airport. I suppose this is potentially just gossip until he actually gets charged or whatever, but still sounds weird.
Yeah.
Is in Minneapolis. The MSP airport. Funny.
I tried to bait out his shadow there. I knew he'd use it to try harass me, and then I can just go kill him. Without shadow, he has like no escape. We can tower dive this because we have ultimate. Let's see if they stay. I should be watching for Mordekaiser too. Oh, let's get these. Makes the tower dive easier. Oh, hey, a pink ward. Now they know I'm coming. Zed would definitely follow, right? Somebody's gonna follow. Oh, Zed's just farming mid. I don't have flash. I think there's a good chance there's a ward somewhere in here. Maybe not, actually. If they start the fight, I can follow him. Otherwise, they're just gonna W me. Oh, there's a W. Nice. Got that out. That's huge. Oh no! Oh, Zed has ultimate though, so I don't really want to fight that. Already flaming their jungle. Our jungle's legit though, 403. Sucks to do well when you don't have to carry. If he uses W, I can ult him. Otherwise, I'm going to save my ult for when he ults me. He's actually going to go check that out. I gotta go see what's up. Oh no! I'm late. Coming. That's a little scary. We can get him. Nice.
No, you're playing jungle or mid?
I'm playing mid. I do mid jungle, but today I'm doing jungle mid. Like, why not switch it up? Jungle can be okay because it's more like strategy, but like so much of jungling is just like spam clearing your camps because if you're not farming them right when they're up, your team is like losing gold inflow, right? Whereas if you have a lane, your lane is kind of there for you, it's just sitting there waiting. So, I don't know, jungling just ends up being a lot of autopilot killing camps and like not much interaction with enemy champions. Are we fighting again? We're like non-stop fighting here, guys. Holy shit. Oh, Zed used W, so I think we can kill. Oh, I missed my Q. I suck. Well, we got another. The speed boost. Got him with the E. Somebody's still alive, right? Oh, we got the dragon too. Nice. Zed? No, Zed's dead. Zed's still alive. Their kill participation is always going to be high on jungle because most kills happen with ganks, right? So there's usually not going to be a kill until there's a gank. But the lane, you're at least like trading, you're at least interacting. I don't know. Feels like jungle has very little interaction with enemy characters. Actually got ult again? See if he uses his W to harass. Yep, there it is. Okay, does he have ult though? I can kill Mord though. Now we're just limit testing here.
Oh my god. What are you, 13
I was
and
lucky
1?
with the Rek'Sai. Oh damn, that didn't kill me. I feel like that Senna ult should have killed me. 13 and 0, man. I haven't died yet. I have 1 assist though. Somehow a teammate stole a kill from me. I don't know how I let that happen. Our jungler's really good though, like he came straight down mid when he saw that going on. I can probably kill Mordekaiser again. Not gonna use Ignite or ult or anything. Don't need it. I'll save that for the next guy. Oh wait, I did ult. Sorry, my bad. I'm not gonna Ignite though. Save the Ignite. He's gonna blink back? Nope. He's just gonna die like a man. I don't have ultimate, so like I can't really do much down bottom. Of course now if I walk bottom. Ah, but they're recalling now. Could maybe see if they walk down this way to try to flank mid. Sometimes when they come out of base they'll go that way. There's a scanner though, that's kind of annoying. Mord would just ult me in tower if I do that, so I can't really go there. Kind of waiting to see their bottom lane. Okay, bottom lane just came straight down middle. I think I can do this. Oh shit, I didn't have click on the thing. Dang. No, Mordekaiser! If I had clicked on that flower, I think I could have done an E to Caitlyn and got him. Oh shit, I hope he's okay. Oh no. That's a little too many. Like 4v1. They could maybe even do it, honestly. But we're like a little bit down on HP. I can get Rabadons actually. Oh, they need me at the fight because they're doing it. That's okay, Rabadons is worth it, then I can get a pentakill. They're pretty strong too, your team is pretty good. What's that? Oh no! He's dead, I'm not even gonna ult for it. See who's alive. Zed. Caitlin's over there. Zed's up top. Maybe we can get the Senna too. Oh, Senna stopped. I thought she was gonna come around. Oh wait, what? I walked right past that Mordekaiser. That's kind of annoying. I don't know if I want to fight Set. Oh nice, she got away. Zed just runs from me. I didn't even have ult ready. Wait, let me hit the fire flower. Oh, Zed is toast now. Ah, okay. Don't even need me. Doing this too fed. Should I do the trick? Oh. And he's tanky.
No, this is a brutal game.
He's gonna E me. Slow him down. That is. Oh, I hit him with R2. He's gonna be dead in about a second. She can't hit me when I'm in Shroud, so even though she got me the thing, can't pretend like I don't see Zed. We gotta get it off me, no! The pop, no! Oh god, the pop and the ignite. One tick! Let's go! Hopefully Senna doesn't have vision here and ult me. Now we're good. I wanted to bait out the Zed, but like I accidentally stepped on a trap too. That's too much.
Think they got a chance, huh?
So you're telling me there's a chance? Oh, there's a pink here, that's awesome. Just kidding. I need Hourglass. We killed him mid-ultimate.
Yeah.
I think if that set ultimate landed, it would have killed my friend there. Oh, someone's taking soul too. That was ridiculous. Some of those kills were really fun. There were like 2 or 3 there that were pretty close.
Yeah.
If that's not S+, I don't know what's S+. That's not S+. What didn't I do? Oh, maybe because I wasn't there for the Dragon Soul or something. Let's see. Who beats Kindred? Like Udyr maybe? Hecarim's always annoying in general. Probably Hecarim because he can knock her out of the ring and kill her. He's also an invader. That's the dumbest looking emote.
Yeah.
That Z chroma is super cool. Now he's 2, so we have to back up a little bit. Usually Z at 2 will get the spin so he can farm better, but sometimes he'll get W. See, so this is a got W, which is like a harassing type thing, which means he doesn't have the spin. That's fine. Oh nice, got that one. If I'm pushing up, I like to take shadow seconds so I can get some harass, but if I'm pushed by my tower, I like to actually get the E seconds so I can get some last hits, like scrape him up off the floor. You know ZQ does less damage if it goes through a creep first. That's why if you get hit by a Q and it didn't go through a creep, they call it a naked Q. Like I'm about to eat a naked Q here. Yep, there it is. And they do like double damage when it doesn't go through a creep first. It was worth it for that cannon though. Like at some point you have to just be getting creeps, like, and like he took a lot of minion harass for that. Does he have W again yet? No, not quite. A long cooldown for that W. If he does have it, he can go in and burst me with electrocute though. So now we have to wait back here. Once we see W, we can flash in and kill him. I don't really want to use energy on minions. I'm waiting for him to show W first. Better shake it out. I should have flashed in and E, because I think I could have killed him if I flashed forward. Nice. I'm happy getting his flash. It's honestly good. Now I can't get away from next fight. Oof. You could honestly blink there and maybe ignite me and kill me. Took some minion damage from that. He's got no flash, he's got no W. Nice, the Elise. Oh man, I so want to try something. The Elise will just finish me off though, it doesn't make sense to go 1 for 1. Feed the jungle. He's gonna try to W me here if I go for the cannon. We can kill him too. Do you think he's around here? Oh, he's going way back. That sucks. Damn. Well, now we can push the lane at least. That was okay. I feel like if I went a little sooner, we would have had a double there. But look, he stayed, so I could get the double anyway. Oh, just barely missed. Alright, now I gotta go because this W can kill me like instantly. Unless I hit 6 first. Oh, or Kindred can come. Maybe I can bait him into staying for Kindred. Now it's really just a game of chicken, like his W versus my E. I showed E, we'll see if he stays. Gets greedy for the W. If he hits 6 too, I'm totally screwed. Well, I don't know, maybe I could do a cheeky E if he tries to ult. That was good. That was super close though. I like literally just hit 6, pointed it up and used it like right away. Oh, I had ignite too. Whoops, I forgot to use it. Oh, he ignited too. I forgot about that. Well, now we know Zed doesn't have alt ignite. If I ignited, that'd have been a lot cleaner though. The Zed was really good. He ulted right before my E connected and killed him. Oh, he's going back. What? Didn't he just get you? If he's got W out, he probably has ult again because I have ult again. I think they're similar cooldowns. Kinda wanna like go on him during that window. He's playing so far back. He's about to W again. He's going forward. Like, he knows he has W, so I have to back up. Right? I know he does, so I'm backing up. Now he's got nothing, so I'm tempted to go in. He's gonna ult though if I do go in. I think I could handle that. It's just out of range. Like, spacing super good. Now he's going for Kindred. And I kinda wanna respond. He might be jumping me though, yeah. Ah, that sucks. It was a bait. First I gotta ward this, I don't know if he's actually roaming. If I save ult for his ult, I think he can't kill me with it. Oh yeah, his is definitely up. That's only like maybe 10 or 20 seconds longer than my ult cooldown. Oh, that's actually huge, hold on. Blink, blink, blink. There's the blink. That was pretty good. I don't think he has W again yet, so he can't kill me. Kindred can maybe clean it up. I'm not gonna go over there. Hey, W'd out. It's fine though. Now I get to shove it in. Oh, did he stay? He stayed. Wish we had a global ult. Like, Caitlyn has one, but she has to be kind of close to get him. Actually, I want boots. I can put this down. He's way more aggressive than the last Zed for sure. He might be roaming bottom because they're pretty extended. Nope, he stayed. Always stays. Sometimes it's nice to go early Seeker's Arm Guard. I used to get that item all the time. No, dude, I see the two of them top. I see them both top. Who's being in danger? Kindred? I've seen them both up here. I'm gonna catch her when she goes around. She's going this way for sure, yeah. Alright, they're dead. They're so dead. Where did he go? He almost ran around in a circle. That R2 would kill him there, I can't believe it. No damage. Wait, that Kindred damage is insane. What? I get one plating. Oh man, she came right away. I was like, she'll be here eventually. Hard to fight at least without ultimate. I should check Kindred stacks. We get the Nami. Oh, she's so dead. Flash, I'll take that. Dragon's not up. Nothing to really do here. Careful for Zed ult. Zed's middle. Oh, she's here, she's here, she's here. Nice. Is that the Kindred's mark too? Oh, that was his mark. That's sick. Okay, now Zed's gonna jump me if I come back mid. He has ultimate. Kind of rather not. Oh, there he is. Did he use ult? Nope. He dies. He didn't even ult. He got Morgana snared right away and then couldn't. I think he just got a lot of stacks. Kindred's got. I know I gotta go click on him. He's got like 5? Yeah, 5. At least one's bottom, so I think I'm okay here. Worst case is Zed with ultimate, and that's not so bad. Actually, Zed might be going bot too. It's like everybody's going bottom. Yep, Zed's going bottom too. I should go down there. Did he clean up? No, they're not even weak. Kinda sucks that Zed came because that was just overkill. Maybe we can kill her. I think we can kill her for sure. Yeah, where are you gonna go? Oh, the Kaisa ultimate is a little bit of a threat. With the dead too, yeah. Oh no! I thought Zed would go shove middle, because like, I don't know, it's at his tower. He's just gotta kill bottom. He's just chilling. Is that a Kindred mark? No, I don't think it is. He's at 7 now. Oh, I think Zed ulted, pretty sure. Did he ult me? Maybe he ulted me. Yeah, we'll get a pink ward too. We'll get scanner. Zed's gonna try to jump her. We're good. Oh, I think she actually got that. The Kindred stack. It's gone. Yep. Are they surrendering? Or is he just being toxic? Holy shit, never mind. If Zed comes. Help me, help me. Oh wow, that was close. Look, I'm helpless, I'm helpless. That's not worth it to Nami. She's like 1 in 5. Can't believe Zed lived there, that was crazy. Oh no! I shouldn't have flashed for that with the Nami ultimate ready. Okay, so it gets super fed. Oh, Caitlyn's pretty badass. Damn. Oh, at least could totally have E did that creep and then killed her with Q. Like, E in spider form to the creep and then turn human form, and I think her Q has enough range to have killed Caitlyn. Oh well. Actually taking mostly magic damage, even Kai'Sa's doing like 50-50. Yeah, that build screams magic damage, doesn't it? Damn, I had to be there. I had to be there. I should have been there. He ults me just to do 1 auto. No help. You can heal with your Q. Why is this Q healing? What? My Q usually does way more damage than that. Or way more healing. Nice Gale Force. Kendrick just split pushing. If I had Ignite. Ignite would have killed Kai'Sa way quicker. She wouldn't have hurt so much. I think most of my damage was Kai'Sa, right? No, it was actually a ward. Wow. 100%. Oh wow, that was close. I think the shadow ran out right when I shot that. Can I get the Kai'Sa on the way? Have Ignite this time, gotta remember that. Or the Elise will work too. rather have Kaisa. Kaisa W, no, don't do it, don't do it. Oh, just ult, straight ult, that works too. So annoying, he's always in the back of the fight, cleaning up. Just get the creeps to get Baron. Alright. Guys, it's literally the entire team.
All right, welcome back, Tech Lead here. And hey, this is pretty awkward because I didn't think we would meet again. Okay, I had left YouTube about a month ago. I abandoned this whole thing and I thought we would just part ways and I would ride off into the sunset. But I guess here I am, and I wanted to explain what really happened and why I'm back. And the reason I'm back actually is because there was a delayed shipment of keyboards from one of my sponsors, and you know, these beautiful keyboards were just sitting in my apartment and I didn't know what to do with them, and I thought, damn it, I got to make another video talking about these. And so I guess you can thank IQNX Keyboards for bringing me back to YouTube by sending me these delayed shipments. I'll talk about these fantastic mechanical keyboards at the end of the video as our tech of the day, one of my favorites. But we have a lot of ground to cover. We had FTX collapsing, crypto, Kanye West. And, you know, before this whole thing happened about a month ago, I was talking about Kanye West. I want to explain what really happened here. On my second channel, I made this video about why Kanye West may be right. And, you know, there's plenty of reasons why he may be wrong as well, but what I was trying to do was to steelman the case for why he could possibly be right, and occasionally, as a YouTuber, I would challenge myself to take on controversial topics. And so this topic proved to be quite controversial, and it made me quite scared about the results, because that video became very popular to the point that I decided to delist it after YouTube even had banned the video momentarily. But the working title for that video wasn't Why Kanye West is Right, but it was a more curious, Is Kanye West Right? Because, you know, I wanted to explore the roots and sources of anti-Semitism and not just pass it away, but to really look at what do they believe at the source, and if we can dispel those myths at the very root, so that we can solve this problem once and for all of racism and understand why do people actually hate. And so while the title of the video may have been clickbait sensationalist in nature, as if I supported Kanye West, the true intent was to more try to understand him and to dispel anti-Semitism at its roots. Now the thing is that this video caused a lot of personal concern and anxiety amongst myself, my family, and we were starting to get concerned about our safety. And the thing is, the more I researched, just out of curiosity and an attempt to try to understand the mind of Kanye West, the more I realized I wasn't sure I wanted to learn any more about this thing, because I was horrified to learn that there are certain events in history that you simply cannot question. You cannot ask questions about, you cannot fact check them. It is actually illegal. There are laws made in place to actually forbid you from questioning certain events in history. And there are individuals who have gone out to try to ask some questions about these historical facts, saying, well, what's the proof behind some of this stuff? Can we fact check it? And in turn, they have had their lives absolutely destroyed. Like some parts of history are
such a funny term to use in the context of the Holocaust.
And these people have gone to prison for asking those questions. And so while it's one thing to just laugh and banter about conspiracy theories like, hey, are aliens real? It's another entirely thing if, for example, you knew that aliens actually were real, and then you would no longer ask that question, and you would be quite afraid of asking that question. And so I realized that I was personally not ready to handle the truth. And rather than taking the red pill, I decided to take the blue pill, to go back into the Matrix, so to speak. You know, in that movie, there was a character, Cypher, I believe, who decided to just go back into the Matrix and enjoy his steak, however fake it may have been, rather than going out and trying to be a freedom fighter.
After 9 years, you know what I realized? Ignorance is bliss.
And so for me, I realized I no longer seek truth. I don't want to know the truth. I can't handle it, and I just want contentedness, happiness. I wanted that fake steak. And in a sense, that put an end to this channel as well, because on this channel, we try to find truth. Truth in life, truth in finance, truth in tech, what's the right way to do things. And, you know, if I'm not here speaking truth, then why am I here? And so my mind had just been totally
Cosmic is gonna come kill me if I stay.
The reality that had been broken for me. You know, I realized that everything I knew was a lie. History was a lie to me. My whole world was a lie. And I realized that in a way I had been, I mean, maybe we're all enslaved in one way or another. And in a sense, everybody is enslaved, right? Like people in China, there's certain parts of their history that we know they are not allowed to question and ask about. And, you know, we all have our rulers. I was still just coming to grips with this because I had imagined that I was living in a free world. And with my reality shattered, this all left me in a state of shock for 2 to 3 weeks where all I could talk about was this thing. And I looked at people like, say, Elon Musk on Twitter battling for free speech, and I realized that none of that could ever happen, not in this world, because free speech, if it were truly allowed to happen, it would destroy our society. Now, the thing to understand is this. If you truly want a free, equal, democratic world, and you want to fight for what's right, then I think you need to be prepared to suffer the consequences as well, because you also have to recognize that a lot of the things you have today are as a result of the infrastructure, power, and history of America. And if you really wanted a truly free, equal, democratic world, then you probably have to be prepared to give up a lot of your creature comforts so that, say, the people in poorer areas of the world can also have more, right? That would truly be equal to just equalize everyone in the world, but then you would have to give up And ultimately, I'm a patriot. A divided country is a weak country, and I want to protect our country, even at the cost of truth. Now, the other thing I realized in my research was there are certain families out there that are so elite and wealthy, like truly, they're richer than kings. They're richer than the presidents. I mean, this is secret wealth. And a lot of these families, they operate covertly. They're never in the public eye. They highly value their privacy. And then I saw myself out here on YouTube just blabbing my mouth and personal life away. And I was thinking, maybe I should be more like these really wealthy elite families that are just super private, because I don't owe the world anything, right? I don't have to tell anything about myself, and I kind of wanted to just go back into the shadows like that, because I realized, you see, in the 4 years that I've been doing YouTube, I have not made a single friend out of this industry. How would you feel if you were told you're going to enter a business and to be told you're not going to make a single friend in this whole entire business? Your fans, your coworkers, nobody's going to be your friend over the next 4 years. All you're going to get is a laugh. I don't know if that's a great deal. You know, other YouTubers usually just want to talk to me because they want to bring me onto their podcast in order to monetize me. They don't want to talk to me in private. They don't want to talk to me if it's unrecorded. It has to be for a podcast and it has to be recorded so that they can make some money off of it. Why can't we just talk like normal people? You know, you take a look at the fans, a lot of the fans out there, there's a lot of toxic people out there, a lot of haters out there. They're not out to support you, I realize. A lot of people are out to just try to destroy you. They're not interested in my well-being. They just want to know how to make money from you. And they don't really care about me. They even want to just go out of their way to try to destroy me, to write hateful comments about me, to try to destroy my reputation. I mean, people will spend hours, days, months of their lives trying to do this. They have nothing better to do with their time. And I realize that the world is actually quite dangerous out there. It's not a world of great friends. You know, case in point, there was this Wikipedia article someone started under my real name, doxing my name, and they started attributing a lot of the satire, content, clickbait, attention-grabbing articles and titles from this Techly channel and attributing it to my real actual name in an effort to try to just destroy my personal identity and name so that I could not ever get a job again, for example. And I think we can all see what's going on here. You've got some haters, right? YouTubers have a lot of haters, and they're going to find all of the negative articles about you, all of the negative points, and they're going to cherry pick those only, which is usually based on, say, YouTuber drama stirred up for clickbait purposes. You've often got YouTubers who are just starting fights with one another, exposing each other just to try to stir up some drama. And they're going to take all of those negative points and then publish them under your real name in your Wikipedia article as a biography about you in an effort to try to destroy you. And so I just wondered, why am I even here at all? You see, for me, once I reached, say, 1 million subscribers or so, I really stopped chasing viewers, subscribers, or the algorithm. I just started creating content because I felt like it. So I've kind of been on break, reconsidering my direction, and I don't know, quite frankly, I'm not sure if I'm any happier just sitting around doing nothing. Maybe it's best for me to just pretend none of this ever happened and go back to doing what I used to be doing. We'll see how that goes. We do have some catching up to do, though. While I was gone, FTX collapsed. Want to explain what happened there? I did lose money, actually. You know, it wasn't from having funds in FTX, but rather it was from the fallout of that. So what I was doing was DeFi yield farming, actually, on the Solana ecosystem. I actually had the wrapped Bitcoins on Solana, which those wrapped Bitcoins is a token backed by FTX, actually, and they kind of represent a Bitcoin. So that actually depegged. It was supposed to be worth $16,000. I think it's worth like $1,000 now. Massive depeg. I probably lost, I don't know, 5 figures in that one, pretty bad. And indirectly, my losses were like, I don't know, 6 figures or something like that. So pretty bad losses. And so while yes, a lot of people lost money, I'll also comment here that for me, it was probably money I would never have touched in my lifetime. My day-to-day living is not going to change. And quite frankly, I think in modern days, a lot of us don't really need as much money as we used to, or that we may imagine. You know, you just need a phone, a laptop, and some food, and you're going to be pretty happy, rent some stuff. So my belief is money is just becoming more useless over time. Maybe it's more like a high scores game, a status check on people, but I'm not sure if it's going to affect your day-to-day living so much because we just don't spend that much, and there's just not much things to buy, right? When people get money, they just buy Rolexes or fancier cars. Now, I am also happy to say that I never supported FTX or a lot of these crypto companies. I support typically DeFi, right, which I'm still quite bullish on. And speaking of, check out my program, DeFiPro.dev, where you'll learn how to make passive income with DeFi, make money with money, make crypto with crypto at DeFiPro.dev. But DeFi is the way. Take custody of your own coins and you just may find massive opportunities out there if you learn this fast. You know, I saw this article recently from Phantom Blockchain. Back in 2019, they just had $2 million left in their treasury. Then they got into DeFi, started doing yield farming. Guess how much they have today? Through DeFi alone, from $2 million, they made that $50 million today. So Phantom has this massive war chest now, and that was as a benefit directly from DeFi yield farming for them. So from this article, they were predominantly yield farming Compound and synthetic tokens, Comp and SNX. Now speaking of crypto, personally I've become even more of a Bitcoin maximalist than before, and I continue to be bullish. And the reason is, how many people actually own Bitcoin now, right? Not very many people at all. All the people who thought they had crypto on these exchanges, on BlockFi, Voyager, Celsius, on FTX, they didn't actually have it. And yet, how many people now know about Bitcoin and how many people want that back? More than ever. So what's really happening is I think we're setting the stage for potentially a massive bull run on cryptocurrency and Bitcoin in particular as people start to favor decentralized cryptocurrencies. Recently we saw the FTX hacker even start exchanging a lot of their Ethereum into Bitcoin. And the reason is Ethereum is still kind of prone to potentially regulatory capture because a lot of the Ethereum nodes are in the US and can be controlled. And so while there are a lot of other tokens out there, you have to recognize that like USDC, Tether, wrapped Bitcoins, wrapped Ethereum, they tend to be centralized. There's counterparty risk. Those funds can be frozen at any time. And there was a scare that wrapped Bitcoins may not even be backed one-to-one, or that the centralizing authority may actually be bankrupt, and if they're insolvent or have liabilities, they may actually owe those Bitcoins to other parties, and we don't know if it's really backed one-to-one exactly. People are really favoring the truly decentralized cryptocurrencies. There's really only two, that's Bitcoin or Ethereum, with Bitcoin being the most decentralized of all. And the fact is, despite all the fallout, the Bitcoin adoption actually continues. More people than ever know about Bitcoin with FTX, more people than ever want it. And we even saw in the news Fidelity starting to offer Bitcoin and Ethereum for clients, and Brazil starting to accept Bitcoin as legal money. Now, let's talk about our tech of the day, and it's going to be these absolutely beautiful keyboards from IQNX. And so here we have the dark side, the F97 from IQNX. Now, this keyboard is close to perfect, and this lineup is probably my favorite of all time for mechanical keyboards. And there's a few reasons why. Number one, you get the all PVD keycaps, that's the higher grade plastic, so it feels really nice on your fingers. You've got a full layout, which is pretty rare actually in mechanical keyboards, but if you enter a lot of numbers, you're doing finance, data entry, then you're going to want the keypad, and that's going to make your data entry very fast. You've got full usage here. It's a minimalist, modern, elegant, sleek design. You've got USB-C connectivity on the back with wired and wireless connectivity, full RGB as well with multiple lighting modes, stands on the back in a high quality package with almost no jitter, very stable keyboard. And there's this one thing I asked them to do, which is that given this full layout design, sometimes it can be hard to find the arrow keys. And so I made this suggestion to them, and they even added a little keyboard bump to the arrow keys such that you can find it by touch, making this keyboard really just about perfect in my mind. And by the way, if you wanted another color as well, we also have here another beautiful design. And so here we also have the wreck diving bold blue design color scheme for the F97 series, reminiscent of the ocean. And so there you have it, the IQNX F97 mechanical keyboard, our tech of the day, and it makes for a great holiday gift. It comes in a really nice, beautiful package as well. And so I have a link for you for this in the description below. Highly recommend this keyboard. Other than that, hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know your thoughts. If you like the video, give a like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks. Bye. Kanye West. Is he actually right about some of the things that he's saying? Once we move past all of the hurt and historic anger that pulls up memories of the Holocaust, we want to take a look at the things he's actually saying, and does he even have a point here, moving past the emotional anger? And I think this is something that Kanye West actually suggested we do as well. We kind of forget about history and take a look just at the engineering, the logical, rational side of all of this. Because for all of the emotional outrage that he causes when he says the words like the Jewish media, I mean, the media is kind of controlled by a lot of Jewish people out here. We can actually see here who controls your mind. This was a chart back in 2013. All of these red is Jewish people, right? So they own like Universal Studios, ABC News, CBS, CNN, Columbia Pictures, DreamWorks, Facebook, Google, also run by Jewish people, Yahoo, Marvel, Pixar, The New York Post, LucasArts, MSNBC, DreamWorks, Comcast, The New York Times, Comedy Central, Wall Street Journal. I mean, admittedly, a lot of these large media organizations and tech companies that are able to shape global narratives are run by Jewish people. So does Kanye West have a point here? And to me, it's kind of like saying there's a lot of white male power in executive management positions in corporate companies, and nobody gets mad about that. But when Kanye West says there's a lot of people of Jewish religion in these media companies and tech companies, then everybody gets upset all of a sudden. And I think you have to remember that someone like Kanye West, who got to the level of success that he's at on the global scale, does not live in the same kind of politically correct, naive, bubble-wrapped world that we live in, but he's in this cold, hard, realist world, and he must see things and call things out for as they are. And so it's not entirely surprising to me that someone of his street smarts and instincts has also noticed that a large number of these media and tech organizations do seem to be run by people of the same religious faith. And what does that really mean? Maybe he's just kind of calling that out and saying, what is this? Is there potentially chance for, say, collusion in this space? So I wanted to give you my perspective on this as just a normal, uneducated tech bro on this with a passing interest in Jewish religion. And it is typically that I feel I can't trust any religious person, basically, because they have an ulterior motive. So people will act in totally bizarre, unpredictable ways to me because they have some random doctrine that they've been brainwashed into thinking, right? Like, some people are going to just randomly go sacrifice themselves for some cause. And that's totally bizarre to me because it's not a logical thing, but they're acting for their faith or religion. And so funny enough, if it were up to me, I would actually say that no person in a position of power should be religious. They should renounce their faith because now they are beholden to their people, and they should be acting in a rational way, not with some ulterior backhand motive, which is to please their God. And there could be anything written in these holy scriptures that they've been indoctrinated into believing, right? Like there's a lot of fine text in there. What if there was a piece of text that said, there's only one land that is the Holy Land, and this country that you're in isn't it? Can you trust a leader who's going to say, well, they don't believe that your land that you're living and that they're controlling and governing is truly the Holy Land? So then they really have no vested interest in this land, and their goal maybe is to extract value from this land and to empower their Holy Land. I mean, for someone such as myself, and generally I'm not religious, I'm going to behave in a rational, self-preserving type of way. Whereas when you see religious people, you just don't know what they're going to do because there's all these random holy scriptures that they're following. And who knows, oftentimes it can even be at a conflict of interest with what is good for the public good. And so when I see large groups of religious people with power concentrated in a certain area, it does kind of concern me as well. And I wonder, do we need some more religious diversity in here as well? I know that in the modern day, people like to say, hey, why don't we just be welcoming of everything? We have freedom of gender, freedom of religion, freedom of race, just whatever, anything goes to whatever you want. But I think it's funny that we'll also whitelist certain religions. So for example, if all these red people in power were of Al-Qaeda religion, that may be kind of concerning to people, and they would say, hey, what's going on here? Is there chance for collusion? And the other concerning theme for me here is that the Jewish religion in particular is quite exclusion or inclusion based, whereas like a Jewish person typically should marry another Jewish person, and if you're not Jewish, then you don't belong in this group and you don't have that privilege. So I have to say, for me at least, it got me wondering, do religious people view me as one of them, as part of their group, or is this more of a power grab in order to strengthen one group of people over another? And I would say it's incredibly important that it was someone like Kanye West who brought up this discussion, because as a black person, his community was of course prosecuted for slavery, and then you've got the Jewish people prosecuted in the Holocaust. And both of these groups of people are kind of victims, and they kind of use that to acquire victimhood status in order to make themselves unassailable. And Kanye West moved past that actually, and he actually began denouncing the Black Lives Matter movement. And so if anyone's a victim here, if any group suffered, well, it was Kanye West, because the black people probably suffered as much, if not more, than the Jewish people, right? And he's still asking people to move past that history and to let it go and to just focus on building the future instead of using the past as a way to, gain sympathy. And so we can see here in Wikipedia, it states that whenever Israel faces a public relations debacle, then the Jewish organizations will orchestrate this extravaganza called anti-Semitism. And the purpose is severalfold. First, it is to discredit any charges by claiming that the person is an anti-Semite. It's to turn the Jews into victims, as if the Jews are being threatened by a new Holocaust. It's a role reversal where the Jews are now the victims. So it serves as a function of discrediting the people leveling the charge, and Kanye West probably was able to see through this and understand that, with the Black Lives Matter movement, a lot of people were just looting stores and they discredited anybody by using their history. And so maybe in his perspective, Jewish people are also just using their history, the Holocaust, in order to automatically make themselves the victim in any scenario. The linguist Noam Chomsky also argued here that there have long been efforts to identify anti-Semitism in an effort to exploit anti-racist sentiment for political ends. Now the funny thing though is that it is actually the Jewish people, the radical Jews known as the Zionists, who are actually considered racist. And actually in 1975, the United Nations designated Zionism as a form of racism and racial discrimination and banned them. However, it was as recent as 1991 when Israel joined the United Nations that they forced the UN to repeal this ban and say, hey, Zionism should be okay. But there's been a lot of criticism of Zionism throughout history up to present day, where they note that Zionism is replete with manifestations of deep hostility and contempt towards the indigenous populations, and Zionism typically views Palestine as the Holy Land. So when they go out to these other countries, they typically view those as the indigenous groups of people. And so digging into history a little bit here, some have said that Zionism is more of a colonialist movement where they seek to conquer other lands and then to strengthen their holy land, Palestine. And so there's also this terrifying ideal in Zionism known as assimilation of Jews into the modern world, where the ideal is to abandon traditional views and opinions in an attempt at modernization and assimilation into the modern world, and therefore to integrate with other societies. So it's a cultural synthesis without necessarily losing their identity as a people by perhaps enforcing that they only marry within their own religious group of people. Now, during my travels, one time I was able to actually visit the Holocaust Museum and really sympathize with what was happening there with the Jewish people. This was over in Poland, but I also did see this pamphlet there, this book known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and this book is dangerous material. A lot of people don't like you taking a look at this book because this was the propaganda material that caused a lot of the anti-Semitism, that caused much of the Holocaust, that fueled a lot of the hatred against Jewish people in Nazi Germany that was used by Adolf Hitler. But I love conspiracy theories, so to give a little context, this text described how Jews were trying to assimilate as potential infiltrators to take over society in this international conspiracy network, and how there was going to be this elaborate plan where Jews would be kings of the world in 100 years. Now, the disconcerting thing about this is there's this World Zionist Organization, which is this mysterious group of people, and they've got like hundreds of thousands of people spread across various countries, and they're this strange radical religious organization, and they were banned in the Soviet Union, but I believe they do continue to exist today. I don't know what they do. Maybe they should just open up some transparency and live stream their meetings online so we know what they're up to. But luckily for us, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion book was classified as a fake, right? It was just fake propaganda. It was plagiarized from various sources, and it was just made up, totally fake stuff. So the idea that a group of religious people are trying to take over society and become the kings of the world is totally false. But to better understand anti-Semitism in modern days, we can see here, even Henry Ford here, he had the distrust of Jewish people. He said that the only statement he cares to make is that even though the protocols may be fake, they totally fit what is going on. They have fitted the world situation up to this time. Now, this was such a dangerous statement, he later had to issue a retraction and an apology disclaiming personal responsibility, so he was basically cancelled. And an interesting note, he was also an admirer of Nazi Germany, so if you drive Ford cars, that's a fun fact for you. But anyways, I think Henry Ford had the sentiment because the protocols stated that we shall surround our government with a whole road of economists, bankers, and millionaires, because in substance everything will be settled on the basis of figures. So I mean, it's probably just a coincidence, quite frankly, that a lot of the economists, bankers, and millionaires and the media tech organizations are controlled by Jewish people, just so happenly, but maybe it's creating some paranoia here as well, creating some of the anti-Semitism in the world. Personally, I thought it was interesting to note here that also Mahatma Gandhi was also cancelled on his stance on Zionism, where initially he was stating that he expressed sympathy for the Jewish aspirations to reclaim their land of Palestine, noting that, well, it's wrong and inhuman to impose the Jews on the Arabs. Surely it would be a crime against humanity to reduce the proud Arabs so that Palestine can be restored to the Jews partly or wholly as their national home. But later, similar to Henry Ford, he had to retract his statements, nuancing his views to say he has refrained practically from saying anything in public regarding the Jew-Arab controversy. So personally, I just find it surprising that even half a century ago, people were being cancelled. We had the likes of Henry Ford and Gandhi being silenced, and that silencing has continued to today with Kanye West as well being deplatformed from various social media companies. And I thought it was interesting to see what Hitler had to say about the protocols in Mein Kampf. And you know, this is just for historical context, not any support, but he said that the protocols are based on a forgery, and so he knew that. Kind of a similar position to Henry Ford, but he noted that the important thing is with positively terrifying certainty, they reveal the nature and activity of the Jewish people and expose their inner context as well as their ultimate final aims, that being to take over society, which we have proven to be false today. And so I found the subject to just be incredibly nuanced with deep historical context in it, and I think that's one reason that Kanye said, let's just forget the history, let's just move on past this. Because there's so much nuance to this, it's not simply like, hey, why don't we just have any gender, any race, any color, any religion, skin color, whatever, doesn't matter. This one, there's so much context in that. And actually, I was personally surprised one time, one of my close friends who will not be named came to me and said that Jewish people are parasites. And I was totally surprised to hear this. I was like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. What do you mean they're parasites? And I just said, yeah, you're crazy about this. but it turns out that there's an entire Wikipedia articles about the Jewish parasite. There's actually historical terms for this. So this is another complete rabbit hole throughout history. There have been a lot of people who have discussed this. I don't know if it bears going through, but you know, it kind of makes me wonder, why do people call themselves Jew? It kind of creates this group of people. And to me, it's kind of like if I were to call myself a crusader, as in the Crusades, where 2 million people died in this war. And if you saw me and I came and said, I'm a crusader, what does that mean? What do I believe? Am I radical? You know, we don't know what that means. Why can't I just say I'm a human being, I'm a person, and then we all know I'm going to be rational and acting in self-interest. But similarly, if I came and said, hey, remember the Axis versus the Allies in World War II? Well, I'm an ally. Why do you have to bring that up? Why do you have to bring up this personal designation? Is some type of holy war still going on in your head if there's some ulterior motive? Or can we all just say that we're modern people now? And I found this article even as recent as 2018, Israel, which is the land that the Holocaust survivors were kind of put into, that's basically Palestine. They proclaimed themselves as a Jewish nation state, and then the local Arabs there were very mad about this, because as I understand it, they were originally there, and so it just boggles me as an unreligious person that in other people's minds there's actually this holy war going on where they're striving to claim power as this group of people in order to claim this religious land, Palestine, and that even today, in this modern digital era, you still see some people with religious fanaticism waging this holy war to claim the Holy Land. So you've even got billionaires out here like George Soros, who happens to be a Jewish person, and you know, maybe he's just a great guy, but it also raises some questions. What if he was a religious fanatic and he was using his wealth and status in order to wage holy war, right? Like, he's probably not. We can hope he's not, but there may be some people out there who are. And maybe we need to ask some of these questions. What if there were some conspiracy theory going on? There's probably not, but it also bears remembering that history is written by the victor, and in our version of history, the Jewish people won, actually, right? Hitler and Nazi Germany were defeated, and the Protocols of the Zion of the Elders was classified as false propaganda. However, I've also found conspiracy theories online that state that the protocols were actually true. Now, it doesn't really matter to me whether they're true or false, but it matters to me that our system is robust enough to guard against any type of collusion possible, and we should be open to discuss that and call these out without having to necessarily go back to use history to claim victimhood status to make ourselves unassailable. And personally, I find it interesting to consider the ramifications and the legacy of essentially the Jewish people ultimately winning World War II with the Allies and Hitler's downfall, in which a lot of, say, Jewish values have permeated into the world. Like, for example, social justice is actually a construct of Jews, and so Hitler opposed the Jews for the values they brought into the world. Social justice, wokeism basically, that we see today, which has been permeating across tech and media, and this compassionate assistance to the weak stood in the way that Hitler perceived as the natural order in which the powerful exercise unrestrained power. In his view, such restraint on the exercise of power would inevitably lead to the weakening, even the defeat of the master race. So, quite interestingly, if Hitler had won World War II, maybe we would not have such a woke society based on social justice, but it would be about this master race, about power. And even for today's conflict between Ukraine and Russia, is it just a coincidence that Russia just so happens to be the anti-Jewish group of people, the same with Arabs? And so the West has aligned towards Jewish values. Has this been caused by, say, propaganda in the media? We don't really know. So it kind of raises the question, how would our values be different if we did not win World War II and sided with the Jewish people, in which their values of, say, social justice permeate more into the West, right? And so we tend to see Kanye West talking about abortion a lot today, and he's noting how so many of the Black community, like 50% or so, are dying from abortion. And so in a way, it may be that this modern day value of saying that abortion is okay may be a legacy and remnant of Jewish values having permeated through the West as a result of us winning World War II. I mean, we don't really know. Like, this is just conspiracy theory. I don't know. Okay. But what's important is, let's imagine that all of these conspiracy theories which I've brought up happen to be true. Like, let's say there's some Illuminati crazy conspiracy theory to just take over the world, and it just may be one day that, hey, maybe Al-Qaeda is going to come in and infiltrate societies, and through capitalism take over all of our media and tech businesses and start brainwashing our societies. And there may merit a discussion to have some more religious diversity and thought in our media and tech organizations. Okay, you know what's funny? I even saw this article. I can't find it anymore. Someone can reference it maybe, but it noted how it was this group of fanatical Jewish people who had massive disdain for the rest of the other Jewish people who actually caused the Holocaust. Because in a way, the result of the Holocaust was that the Jewish people did get Israel and reclaim their holy land, Palestine. And so the small group of people were basically responsible for creating these world wars. And who knows, maybe there's also this small group of people with self-interest who are propagating the Ukraine-Russia war. And to me, the important part is that we should be able to question some of these narratives without people suddenly getting hurt and emotional about some historical victimhood status. So I think Kanye West has no hate in his heart. This is obvious in his interviews, but when he calls people out by a group of classification that they self-identify with, then they only feel hurt because they identify as that group of people. In a sense, you'll feel hurt the more strongly you self-identify with a group of people. And Kanye was saying that, hey, everybody's Jewish, he's Jewish too, everybody's African, everybody's the same. We're all the same, we're just people. And so, for example, if you came to me and said, Asians are dumb, I would just say, okay, I'm just not going to so strongly identify with this term and just be a person, a people. If you came and told me engineers are nerdy, I would just say, I don't really classify myself really as an engineer, something that I kind of do on the side here and there, but I'm a person, I'm a world citizen. And so then I wouldn't take offense. So I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and to be clear, I'm not an anti-Semite. In fact, I once dated a Jewish person and I was dumped after the first date, but I did my part there. But otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the discussion. Let me know your thoughts on Kanye West. See you in the comments below. And if you liked the video, give a like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.
Riot is changing Ravenous Hydra and Sunfire. Let's get into all the changes and have a look. There's also some upcoming changes for Blue Kayn, but I'll get into them at the end of the video. So since Ravenous Hydra has gotten reworked, it's been quite overtuned is one way to put it. Just in case you don't believe me, here's the stats for it. It's gone from being picked in 13% of games to being picked in 103% of games, which basically means it'll be seen at least once per game, which is a pretty crazy increase, especially for an item that isn't actually a mythic. When it's been built on these champions specifically too, it's sitting above a 60% win rate, which is a little crazy, so Riot have decided to make some changes. It no longer grants any Omnivamp per stack, and the cleave AD ratio has also been removed. Now, the main issue was that this item kind of just let you side lane forever, so the Omnivamp removal is a massive nerf to that. Sunfire is also getting buffed, getting a cost reduction from 2800 to 2700, and also a health increase by 100. Kayn is also getting some changes. His passive Shadow Assassin bonus damage is being increased from 8% to 30% to 13% to 40%, and his E-heal bonus AD ratio is being increased from 35% to 45%. Let me know what you think of these changes in the comments below though, and if you want to see upcoming Tahm Kench changes, click the video on your screen.
Here's the thing with League of Legends. You'll enjoy it more if you stop caring as much as you do. You care way too much about the outcome of every game to the point where it's not even a fucking game anymore, it's a chore. It's not a hobby, it's not enjoyable, there's no fun, and that's only because you care too much. I'm guilty of it, everyone is, right? Look, I don't even feed and have fun. I win on Alawi and play Alawi and have fun. Me dying isn't having fun. And when I do, when it looks like I'm feeding, it's with a purpose. It's not some shitty Yone player going 0-10. It's a shitty Alawi player going 0-10 but taking all your towers. I unironically want to climb with Alawi. I know that sounds crazy, but I have so much fun playing this champion.
Mark, give me the Zuck.
Ooh. My passive spawns in 5 seconds. Damn, son!
That boy again!
Looks like we're a Diamond 3 Alawi player.
On my ship.
Fiddle must be mid. Fiddle must be mid. He's not mid. Fiddle is gonna come mid. Oh! Well, there he is. Oh, come on, bruh. Wait, this is just too much damage. Dude, I do no damage! And I don't... like, I got Maw!
One pathetic sub-story later.
You. Oh, get out of my face, you grease! Ah! What the? Oh my god, we get bot tower too. Bro, I'm making hella money. You guys are boned. Oh lord. Hello? What? Dude, they suck. How do you die to that? Hello? How do you die to that, though, actually? That's like the shittiest ability in the game. Just keep walking. I'm getting AIDS. Okay, but this is so nasty, though, no? Oh, it's you cancer! It's fine, it's fine. Relax. I'm still a bees for now, until I feed them back into the game. I mean, let's be real here. I should be top lane fighting Aatrox. What the f? Give me this guy. Come on, you greasy bastards! I'll shake you on. You're fighting the Kraken, bro. It's the Kraken. Dude, that was clean, unlike myself. Oh. Round 2! Slam! Come on, Gnar, get him! Boom! Ah! What the fuck? What a cracked Fiddle play. Fiddle's got that Kraken. Wait! It's the true counter! Fiddlesticks bought Kraken Slayer, and I'm the Kraken Priestess. And he has the attack speed boots.
Oh man, no man. What the hell? Oh my god.
I don't care if I've died, bro. The deaths don't mean anything, and they don't actually affect you mentally. Dude, I get permacamped on Alawi, and I still pull through. They can't. How do you beat someone who is so mentally gone to where they don't care? I'm like a zombie. I can't be stopped. The only thing I want is the brain, and the brain is hidden behind layers of defense.
You've work to do. Get on it.
Ah.
What's about to happen again? Get to work.
Oh, I thought I had flash. I'm so bad. Ah! Okay. Why does he do so much damage? He's got a Vamp Scepter. Why am I getting one shot? Oh, that's so bad. Ah. Dude! I'm dead here. There's no way I live. Yeah, there's no way I live. Huh. It's fine.
Today's subject, unconventional warfare tactics.
So they're gonna go Baron. I'm gonna try and get bot. There we go. See, that's action right there. That's them doing something. Come on, baby. Big Mama. Big Mama in the house. Big Mama coming through. Smoke. Yes! It's worth! And you say I'm doing nothing. You literally think I'm trolling, but I'm actually smurfing this whole game. I've died 12 times to multiple people, and I've taken every tower in this game. It doesn't matter how many times you die. I'm forcing the enemy to sit in their base because they have no map presence. They have literally no towers, and I've soaked up countless attention from multiple lanes. They're definitely coming for me. I can TP. It's fine. The death means nothing. I'll just TP bot. I can maybe just go for the end. I can maybe legit go for the end here. If I'm very fast, I can end the game. I'm dead, but whatever. We just dicked their whole base, and I still have flash, and they can't even leave their base. So they got the dragon, and the only thing they should logically do is just 5-man mid and try and Naram the win out.
Helicopter, helicopter.
Oh, we won the game, GG. As I said! As I said! We didn't win, we didn't win. Okay. Oh my god. Actually, though. Wait for Baron. Go. Baron's gone. Baron's gone. This is it! Come on, Greece, and shake your load. Let's go! Come on, big bitch! Kale, do it! We're better than you! Exactly! So don't tell me I'm trash. Don't tell me I suck. You. That's how you win a game. You go 0 fucking 50, you get perma-ganked, you take every objective, and then you win. Look at this. Most damage in the game dealt. 3 and 15. All right, let's take a look at the tower damage. Everyone ready? Boom! Wow! I'm trolling. Certainly, guys. I have a guy who did 0 and a guy who did 2K. I had the most damage in the game and 20,000 tower damage, and I didn't have Demolish. That's how you win a game with Alawi. I got 1 honor, respect.
Trump for his behavior. So, has he actually been a moderate? No, but it's a perceptive thing. Yeah, he also works with people like Matt Walsh and Candace Owens who are endorsing Kanye, which I imagine is going to lead to some pretty tense arguments behind the scenes. Do you think the mainstream right will ever drop Zionism for being too Jewish? It's like a 50-50 thing, because on one hand, the far right has always had like a love-hate with Israel because they like the whole ethno-nationalist thing that Israel pulls off. At the same time, though, there's the whole like America's cucked out to Israel narrative that I like. The very, very, very far right does not, you know, kind of wants to pull themselves away from. So, you know, I don't know. Is this a Catholic versus evangelical thing on the right? No.
Pretty sure she still has the old thing. I don't think she used it before. So do you though. Look. Sorry for taking all these pills, brother. About to take another. Ooh, what was that? Echo's definitely down here, right? Or why would Demon be coming out?
start with good news. Crypto is not dead. Crypto is going to be part of the future. Bad news for the Bitcoin maximalist brotherhood and sisterhood, but usually brotherhood. Thankfully, the dangerous illusion of apolitical money, of crypto money, that is dead. And it should have been dead a long time ago. Should never have had that illusion. When the original paper introducing the code on which Bitcoin is based was published back in 2008, I spent quite a bit of time trying to decipher the code back in the late 1970s. I was fascinated by it. It is a pretty remarkable algorithm. I can understand why people read it when they read it or their first exposure to it. That my goodness, it changes everything. Because it gives you an opportunity to have a common ledger without a central authority. You understand that, you know that. But the manner in which, through proof of work, through the blocks that are added and therefore verified, the manner in which this is done on a cooperative basis, using problem-solving exercises done by computers, this was pure genius. And I remember coming out of a 3-week period of trying to understand blockchain, the algorithm, and what the implications of that were. I was interviewed by Wired magazine. I was waxing lyrical about the code. And the journalist asked a very difficult question. He said, Mr. Varoufakis, so what is your assessment of this? What can we use it for? And I said, well, it's clearly a brilliant answer to a question we have not discovered yet. It is not money, and it can't ever be money. So now you will allow me to spend the rest of the time I have with you to explain why it can't be, and it shouldn't be money, why it cannot be money, and why it shouldn't be money. It can be all sorts of other things. It can be a remarkable system for keeping a common record of transactions, of contracts, which is decentralized, where all participants have equal authority over the bookkeeping. That is brilliant. Money, it cannot be. If you think that Bitcoin can be money rather than an asset, rather than a speculative asset, then you haven't really understood what money means under capitalism. In another system, post-capital system, maybe. But I find it very difficult to envision a post-capitalist system, and particularly the kind of money we'll have. I mean, I've tried that. I wrote a science fiction novel 2 years ago called Another Now, let me plug it, in which blockchain plays a role in a post-capitalist democratized society. But that's, you know, for the realm of fantasy, of science fiction. It's very important. I'm a great supporter of science fiction. But under capitalism, there can be no crypto money replacing fiat money. The main reason is that the quantity of money has to be adjustable. Think pandemic. We had a lockdown. Right? If the political authorities, the central banks, did not have a capacity to create money from nothing, then yes, the pandemic was harsh on us, especially on young people, especially on those on precarious jobs, the low-waged. But imagine how much worse things would have been if we had a fixed supply of money, or a supply of money which could not be expanded rapidly as a result of a political decision. The one time when we have historical records of what happened when we had a fixed supply of money, an apolitical quantity of money, was 1929. Now, I wasn't even alive then. But you will have heard of what happened in 1929. You had a crash of finance, similar to what happened in 2008, and the monetary authorities were wedded to this dangerous fantasy that there can be such a thing as an exogenous apolitical supply of money. Back then it was called the gold standard, the idea of tying the quantity of paper money to a fixed apolitical quantity of some metal called gold. The result was the Great Depression. The fundamental difference between 1929 and 2008 was in 2008 that fantasy had been dispelled with. Now, I can understand Bitcoiners and cryptocurrency fanatics, maximalists I call them, saying, but Yanis, you spent your whole life fighting against the exorbitant authority and power of unelected bureaucrats or oligarchs. The Central Bank of Europe, Fed, the Bank of England. It's true. The reason why I'm mildly well known is because in 2015 I clashed with Mario Draghi, who was actually the ECB, because my criticism of them is not that they have the power to expand and to contract the supply of money, but the way they use it. So we must not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need political authorities that have the capacity to expand and contract the supply of money in response to economic upturns and downturns. We need that. What we must do, and this is my hobby horse, my ideology, my political project, if you want, we need to democratize that central power. So, if you want to be an anarchist, be an anarchist. But then, you must make a strong case for the demise of the state. Not just the central bank, not just fiat money. If you really want to be an anarcho-syndicalist, go for it. I mean, I have friends who are anarcho-syndicalists, too. And I love them, and I adore their commitment to doing away with the state. The idea that you can keep the state and simply democratize money through decentralization is just bonkers. To my friends of a libertarian disposition, who are very excited when they read the blockchain code, I understand your antipathy towards central banks, towards central authorities, state power. I dislike the state. I dislike the state because I dislike any concentration of power which is unaccountable and unanswerable to the people. But equally, I despise the central authority of Google, of Facebook, of private sources of concentrated power. I don't care whether we are being oppressed by a state or by Jeff Bezos. If you dislike concentrated authority, you must dislike them equally. Decentralizing money through something like Bitcoin simply creates Bitcoin oligarchs. It is not a safe route to democratizing money. So there is a role for crypto in transforming society, democratizing society, but it's not going to happen if we simply replace fiat oligopolies with Bitcoin oligopolies. Thank you very much.
Keep it going for Yanis Varoufakis, everyone. Now, as we all know, this is a debate. This is a battle of minds, and the debate needs another side. Now, we have joining us a really interesting guy. So he's an engineer, and he's also the founder of a scientific marketing agency, and he's found a lot of success doing that. And he's got a differing point of view. The way this is going to work is that we're going to approach the topic of crypto from 3 different topics. We're going to spend 7 minutes debating each topic. We're going to go back and forth across everywhere. But at the end of the 7 minutes, I'm going to ring this bell, and then we move to the next topic. You guys cool with that? Cool. In the last 10 minutes, I know you guys are all fired up. In the last 10 minutes, you will have the chance to ask questions. There's going to be a Q&A. So please welcome to the stage Yanis Varoufakis' opponent, Victor Tabori. Welcome to Brain Bar.
Hello, opponent.
Hello. Now fight or make out. Whichever one.
He's trying to turn us into opponents. We're not really.
All right. So the first topic is crypto is dead.
I already said it's not dead.
Yeah.
Well, I want you to have a chance to talk about.
I have a different opinion on that, because if you look online, you find like at least 400 times Bitcoin already died. And it was banned in China like 30 times at least. So they try to kill crypto over and over and over again. And what I would like to do now, like in 2 minutes maybe, if I can do that, is like clarify a few things, right? Because most of the people get it wrong, or maybe don't really understand what Bitcoin and blockchain is. So you have to understand 2 things. They sound complicated, but I promise it's not, okay? So you can understand how a car works without being able to build one from ground, right? So
okay, now I'm listening.
Yeah. So the thing is, one is like a private public key encryption. What it means is basically what your signature is. You can sign any paper, and anyone can basically verify that you sign it, and it's really hard to fake it. So if someone else is writing your signature on a paper, it's hard. So that's in the digital realm. They use this public and private key encryption. So you have a private key, and you have a public key which is shared, and then everyone can check basically whether you really did what you did. And why is it important? Because if you sign a transaction, then nobody else can fake it. So if people talk about like, okay, maybe Bitcoin is going to be hacked or the blockchain going to be reversed, so you hear these kind of things, you don't have to be too worried about that. Because what's happening is basically Bitcoin, if you ever use Excel, then blockchain is just a table, an Excel table, and each line is a block, and each block contains different transactions. So I want to send some Bitcoin to Yanis, I sign the transaction, send it to the miners, and they start to work on basically creating a new block. And how do they do that? They use something called hash. It sounds extremely complicated, but if you have ever used some function in Excel, then you can understand what a hash function is, because it's basically creating works almost like the same as a sum function. So if you add like 2 plus 2 plus 2 is equals 6, so you can add any amount of input together and you get one output. So that's what a hash is doing. And also it's deterministic. So for the same input, it gets the same output, right? So you use the same numbers, you get the same summary, right? And also it has one additional property, which is it's hard to do in reverse. So for that reason, it's quite hard to do it so for a sum function, for example, if I say the summary is 6, I can produce lots of inputs which end up being as a summary as 6, right? But for a hash function, if you change just like one bit in the information, the output changes in at least, on average, 50%, right? Because otherwise, someone could be able to hack this hash function. Why is it important? Because when a new block is produced, then what the miners do, they don't do a puzzle, they don't do complicated stuff, they just run a hash function. There's a number they just rotate, and they try to find a small hash. So for example, out of 1,000, coming up with a random number smaller than 100, it's a 10% chance, right? So the smaller the number, the smaller the chance that you can produce it. So why is it important? Because capacity of the miners increase, the difficulties increase. So the smaller and smaller hash has to be found, and that's basically what the miners do. So you can understand that hash is basically just compressed number, and it's quite random based on the input, but it's deterministic, right? And the rate of the calculation is quite big. So if you just imagine like 1 millimeter, then so if you do like one hash calculation in a second, that's 1 millimeter, you can go around the Earth 5 billion times. So that's the current capacity of the Bitcoin network. And basically the miners do this calculation because in each row, a block reward is there. So there are transactions I'm paying to get included in the block, and also there's a block reward which is decreasing. It started out of 50, every 4 years it gets decreased in half, and it's gonna be 21 million.
Victor, I've got to interrupt you there for a second. Yeah. Two things. One, you said it wasn't going to be complicated.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Two, Giannis, what does this bring up for you? Does this sound like just hype nonsense and dangerous, more importantly?
No. This is the mechanics of Bitcoin. This is exactly how it works. The question is, what does this have to do with money? Right? I mean, this is a decentralized ledger where every participant keeps the record just as powerfully as any other participant. And this is very useful, very interesting. The point I was making is it's not money. It can never be money, and it would be a disaster if it became money. And you're right. I mean, everybody has been, everybody. All sorts of opponents of Bitcoin have been declaring it dead now. But the point I'm making is that it never became macroeconomically significant, never. When it was tried in El Salvador, it was a complete catastrophe. However, it has given us many other ideas. So Ethereum, for instance, right, is a very interesting alternative to Bitcoin, because there you don't have a pretense that you are replacing the dollar or the euro or your currency. There you have a very smart system by which all sorts of contracts and digital assets can be exchanged. So back in 2015, when I was in the Ministry of Finance, I was planning a system for creating what I call fiscal money to assist the Greek state and the Greek citizenry in having more liquidity by using the euro as a basis, but I'm not going to give you the technicalities, but employing blockchain to create transparency for this system that assisted the Greek state in the dispersal of euros. So crypto is alive. It will have a very good future in adding to our toolbox for doing important things that we're not doing now, but it's not going to replace the euro, the dollar, the yen, and it shouldn't.
I basically agree with that it's currently not replacing it. It's an asset class on its own. And so all in all, it's a different thing. And there are basically battle of narratives regarding Bitcoin, because it started out like peer-to-peer cash, digital cash system, right? So you can pay peer-to-peer digitally. So that was the original vision. Then Bitcoiners came up with the idea of digital gold, so a shiny rock basically, digitalized, so you can easily transfer. You just have to have your private keys in your head, and you can cross borders with millions of dollars worth of value inside your head. So that's what they come up with. And then they come up with the inflation hedge narrative. So they say, okay, it's going to basically work as an inflation hedge. And currently, we don't know whether it works like that. Currently, it works exactly like any kind of risk asset. So as the global macro market is tanking, crypto is also tanking, but that's the current state. So, like the
It's not a good hedge. Don't
yeah,
worry.
but
I
for
think,
sure.
I think,
It's
that,
not a
I
good
think that,
idea.
that takes us to a good point, because that was the end of round one. Let's look at topic 2. Crypto is creating an unstable economy. You're talking about the definitions and the narratives changing so much. Crypto is creating an unstable economy. Yanis, would you like to speak on this?
No, it's not creating an unstable economy. The economy is quite unstable without the help of crypto. Okay? And crypto is not macroeconomically significant. I mean, if you look at the total value of all cryptocurrencies, which it has shrunk, but then it will go up again, it really doesn't matter. It's nothing. It's nothing. You know, when you have central banks that can create, you know, tens of trillions of dollars like that, the crypto market cannot destabilize that. You know, globalized capitalism is a very unstable beast. It produces instability in the same way that Apple produces iPhones. So no, I mean, this is all baloney. It's just propaganda. What I think matters is two things, very briefly.
Yeah,
Number one, that we should kick out of the crypto world the scam artists that con people out of their money, okay? Because there are lots of vulnerable people who think that they're going to make it rich simply by putting everything they have, their energy, their money, into crypto. And there are lots of scammers around. We need to kick them out. Secondly, find good uses for crypto.
Tell me about crypto scamming. Tell me a little bit about this and how it creates uncertainty in people and its contribution to the economy.
I would approach this from a different angle. So what I think crypto is doing is a scalability solution. So there's no central trust authority you have to trust. It's basically what it does, it allows more people to enter an arena, right? So the barrier to entry is much lower because you don't have to have like financial authority approval to do something. It has positive and negative side, right? So scammers can use it for the upside to scam people, but also people can do, like high school students can do like saving accounts on different blockchains, right? So, and I guess what
you're talking about it lowering the entry barrier.
Right, because if you want, I mean, it's still high, right? But it's still much lower than creating a bank and getting a banking license. So if you like 14, imagine you're 14, it's like for you to acquiring a banking license is impossible, right? But learning, even though it sounds difficult, but there are Discord groups, there are websites, there are videos. For you to learn how to program blockchain, it's not impossible. It's not that complicated. Obviously, it's not easy, so it's not like drawing on a paper, but it's still doable. So what I think, and generally what propels humanity forward is technological innovation, right? So that's why fewer and fewer people has to work in agriculture, for example. And innovation stems from competition, competing ideas, competing people. Technological innovation generally propels humanity forward. So that's kind of like automatization, using smarter things, using higher yield crops, and all those kind of things enables humanity to work on different things.
How is this connected to crypto?
What I'm saying is, crypto, what it does is enables innovation by lowering the barrier to entry.
Why is this related at all to agriculture?
Sorry?
It lowers the barrier to entry for programmers who could get in there and create mechanisms for keeping records. But why is this related to agriculture?
No, it
isn't.
It's related to technological improvement and innovation.
Of agriculture? How? If you're a farmer in India, why is crypto helping you?
I don't talk about blockchain enabling agricultural tech to
So let's
improve.
take agriculture out of this conversation, right?
Yeah. So I'm not talking about that improving agriculture. What I'm saying is the parallel is what happens if you enable technological improvement and bigger competition within the arena of innovation, right?
Sure, that happens because you have young people like you who are programming blockchains, and then suddenly they find themselves in demand. Wall Street wants to employ them because they use, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, so on, use crypto in order to reduce the costs of keeping records with their clients and so on. But my great concern about scam artists, because you were asking about scam artists, is, you've got these promises of stable coins, for instance, which are currency boards. They say that, this is not Bitcoin, it's Luna or Terra or whatever, or stable coin. And they claim that if you put your money in there, if you use €1, $1 to buy one of those stable coins that is supposed to be pegged to the dollar or the euro, right? And they don't have the capacity to keep that value there, effectively your savings are threatened. And that's a scam. This is the kind of scam that should be eradicated immediately. So don't believe stable coins, they're not stable.
How common is that?
I mean, obviously it's there. So if you, it happens everywhere, right? So if you look at the ECB, European Central Bank, it's head by someone who was convicted of signing 400 million euros payment, right? And she got convicted, but still leads the ECB, right? So it's like, yeah, I mean, normal like US dollar is used for like cartels, right? So yeah, it happens in crypto, and obviously like Luna and those kind of things, promising high yield and basically operating unsustainable Ponzi schemes, it's a bad thing. But I wouldn't like say that all stable coins are shit coins, right? Because,
they are. And I'll tell you why they are. Because a stable coin, what it promises is this, that if there is, 1 billion worth of, dollars equivalent in a stable coin that you and I can create, and we promise people there that we already have 1 billion of actual dollars in order to have this correspondence between the dollar and the stable coin, which is supposed to be worth $1 each, right? Who oversees us? Who is going to be the one who can, verify that we do have the 1 billion real dollars?
And USDC's
and
case,
only state authorities can do that,
right.
Which defeats the whole purpose of cryptocurrencies. So all stable coins are a scam.
Gentlemen,
by definition.
I do have to cut you off over there. That was the end of round 2. God, it's getting heated in here. I love it. And it's not just the lights. So let's move on to the third topic. Crypto is destroying nature. Victor, I'd love to hear what you think about this.
Obviously not, but it's a popular belief that basically energy consumption equals emission, which is not true. So in Bitcoin's case, for example, 40 to 70% is already renewable, and there's a lot of hydro power which is like wasted. So if you imagine like thousands of you are sitting here, and that's the total production of energy in the whole world, then 1 seed is produced or consumed by Bitcoin currently, right? But 250 seeds are wasted. And for example, if you just like extract oil, there's some gas that basically comes to the surface and they have to burn it. And if you put an electric motor there to turn it into electricity, you can decrease methane emission by 96%, CO2 emission by 60%. So what Bitcoin mining does is just a small part of the whole crypto thing, but still a major player. They are incentivized to either way use green energy or energy which is otherwise wasted.
You can't possibly be saying this. You cannot possibly be saying. Think of all those huge server farms, mining bitcoins, okay, on the basis of electricity, which is not renewable. Nobody's being incentivized to produce renewables just because those servers are going weird, right? Now, I'll get hot under the collar with this.
I love this.
I'm not saying that crypto is destroying nature. We have multiple ways of destroying nature. We do it by burning coal, especially now with the war in Ukraine, we're all drilling again for gas and fossil fuels. We're committing a crime against the species. But crypto is adding to that, because there's absolutely no doubt that all this mining, okay, is using whatever electricity they find. In China, from where they were evicted, they were using, electricity produced by coal, primarily. There were all these big ideas about using, in El Salvador, volcanic geothermal power and so on, but this is all theory. So it is a problem. I don't think you're doing the crypto cause any good any favors by saying that it's not a problem. It is. It is adding to humanity's destruction of nature. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. If we all went renewable, if we invested seriously in green energy, then crypto wouldn't have any negative impact on nature. So it's not, if I were you and I wanted to defend crypto, I would say that yes, crypto is adding to the damage that we are all doing on nature, but it doesn't have to. All we need is a green transition in the energy market, and then crypto will have no negative impact on the planet.
What does that bring up for you? Like, what does the transition towards a greener usage of crypto mean for you?
I mean, it's not obviously it's a problem, but you always have to see the context. So if 250 seats are wasted in a 1,000-seat room, right? Then that's the biggest problem in the whole room right now. Yeah, we can talk about that small seat, but we can also say okay, League of Legends game is played by hundreds of millions of people, and they on average play 823 hours per year, and it's already the same amount of energy they burn on Bitcoin. So I'm not trying to really defend Bitcoin here. I'm just trying to provide the context. So how big the problem is. And it's not theoretical. So I just talked to a gentleman here who actually run farms, mining farms in Sweden, in the northern part of Sweden, and also now in Texas as well. And if renewable energy is abundant and by 250 seats being empty and wasted, it's not empty, it's wasted. So for example, now if Russia is not selling the gas, they have to burn it. And if you burn it, it's much worse for the environment than if you actually use it and convert it into electricity or something like that. So yeah, I get it. It's a problem. I just wanted to illustrate.
But you really do not want to fall behind the kind of defense that Putin does the worst things than Bitcoin, and that's not a good.
No,
it's not a good defense of Bitcoin.
What I try to say is, it's already happening here, right? So it's in the neighborhood. It's happening. They have to burn it if they don't use. So that's why I said usage doesn't equal to emission.
Yeah, and
so
we should be arguing against burning it and against fossil fuel extraction. We should not be saying, oh, but that means that Bitcoin is not so bad.
I don't.
Get on the bandwagon of demanding a green transition, and then you can have your crypto games.
Actually, that's happened. For example, in Ethereum, since you brought it up. So Ethereum just now transitioned to proof of stake, which means that the consumption decreased more than 99%. So it's happening outside of the Bitcoin sphere, and I don't really feel that comfortable to defending Bitcoin itself. But I still think that it's bringing more good than bad.
But the original crypto enthusiasts are completely against the transition of Ethereum to proof of stake, because it means that the whole decentralization idea, suddenly people who have more money have more votes in deciding the path of Ethereum.
Yeah,
so
Ethereum already
real crypto freaks are against what happened to Ethereum, which is reducing the energy used.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at what Vitalik Buterin is saying, who is basically de facto CEO of Ethereum, if you want to a figure who is leading the whole movement, he said with proof of stake, you can abstract away the physical work, the physical electricity usage, and you can basically try and research and find new ways to do the work.
Did anybody understand that? No. You didn't, unless you had already read it before. You know what this guy was, the CEO that you mentioned, you know what he's doing? He's trying to justify the fact that Ethereum is becoming more oligarchic and is turning against the roots of the crypto movement.
Yeah, but if you look at what happened in 2015, August 15, Satoshi Nakamoto wrote an email, that was the last email from his Vistamail account, that he said that it was about the block size thing, and he said that Bitcoin was designed to protect against figures who are charismatic. Let it be Gavin Anderson, who was leading the Bitcoin development back then, or Barack Obama or Satoshi Nakamoto. And what he said, if this happens, so a charismatic leader takes over, then the whole experiment is done.
In ancient Athens, we had a better idea about what to do with people who were overly charismatic. We ostracized them. In other words, we sent them into exile. Maybe we should do that. I'm only saying that because the time has to run out.
Oh, this guy's getting salty. I love it. All right, that was the end of round 3. Give it up for our speakers over here.
Okay.
Now comes question time. So I know you guys seem fired up. So if you have a question, please raise your hands. Our volunteers will find you. They'll hand you a megaphone. Speak into it. We have a gentleman up front over here in the 4th row.
You have introduced the notion of digital feudalism some time ago. Where would you position the Bitcoin and all this theme in that scheme, in that
Well, thank you. I'm
context?
writing a book now called Techno-Feudalism. I'm supposed to finish next month, so you're just piling the pressure on me. No, my concern is not so much Bitcoin. Look, you can see that I'm quite relaxed about it. I like aspects of it. I don't think it's destroying the world. I don't think it's dead. But I don't think it's as significant as all this hype is making. My notion of techno-feudalism is Amazon.com. It is big tech. It is a combination of central bank money, printing, flowing into a new kind of capital, which I call cloud capital, which is this cloud-based algorithmic network that has a capacity to replace markets and to turn all of us into a kind of cloud surf. In the sense that, think about it, take Alexa from Amazon, I'll be quick. You have Alexa sitting on your desk. It's very useful. You use it to order milk, to switch on lights, start the engine of your car, all that useless stuff, but very pleasant. What Alexa does, Alexa doesn't exist, it's connected to the cloud, right? And it's connected to the system, a network, which effectively what happens is this. It is training you to train it to know what you want in order to give you good suggestions about books, about things you may want to do, that surprise you by how good they are. I'm constantly surprised by the quality of the suggestions I get from Alexa, from Amazon.com about books, movies and so on. They do recommend the things I like. It is as if they know me. It's eerie and creepy, right? Which means that next time they suggest something to you, you'll be more amenable to buying it. And then the same algorithm, the same piece of cloud capital, as I call it, is the one that sells it to you. So you've stepped out of the market. Amazon.com is not a market. It's a kind of fiefdom that is digital, and it belongs to one man. That is the kind of techno-feudalism which I think is replacing capitalism. And the reason why I decided to write a book about it. Crypto might be a solution to all this, integrated in a political project for changing property rights over the networks, over land, over energy.
I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much. So we have another question right here, front row, yellow sweater.
Blockchain itself is quite an interesting and useful technology, and we may find a new use for it. Not that long ago, some people thought that they found a new and interesting way of implementing crypto in the form of NFTs. I want to hear both of you guys' takes. Fortunately, in my opinion, that bubble popped already, seemingly. But I really want to hear both of you guys' opinions if NFTs as they are. NFTs.
NFTs, go ahead.
Non-fungible tokens. So if you talk about like the market itself, so in my mind, the market is not the underlying asset itself. So the market can be in a bubble stage, it can pop. Obviously that's what happened and what you see, but the underlying technology is quite new. And if you just look at the home registry or real estate registry, that would be a perfect fit for this usage because blockchain is already transparent. Anyone can verify who owns a particular home, what happened with that home, who took out loan for that house. So for me, in my mind, yeah, obviously the pricing collapsed, but it doesn't mean that NFTs are going to go away.
Look, I don't think it's a good analogy, the phone and crypto. The phone was just a remarkable revolution technologically in the sense that it allowed you to be in the same room with somebody who was in another continent. Crypto is offering a way of doing things that we were already doing differently and potentially better. Okay? So it was a revolution in the sense that for the first time we created a ledger that could be commonly policed, verified. Yeah, but it was not transformational in terms of the human experience. As for NFTs, Look, I think that if Zuckerberg gets his way and we have a metaverse, then the NFTs will be very useful. I mean, I'm not interested in buying a string of numbers that gives me what? Bragging rights. That, you know, I have the only sequence of numbers under my own property rights. Huh? If I can't have the painting itself and make sure that I'm the only one who has the painting. But if we move to the metaverse, then yes, it could be, because those numbers are the painting on my wall and then nobody else has it. But I hope that we will never move to Zuckerberg's metaverse.
Thank you very much, Yanis Varoufakis and Victor Tabori.
An enemy has been slain. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.